California on Tuesday, October 18th, 2016. We're gathered in the City Center Conference Room at 351 West Center Street, Provo, Utah. This meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Provo City Council, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. We'll begin with the roll call. Mr. Mayor.
John Curtis. Kay Van Buren. Gary Whittington. Dave Harding. Dave Sewell.
Kim Santiago. Louise Jorgensen.
Dave Knapp. George Stewart. Brian Jones. Cliff Strachan.
Thank you. The opening prayer will be provided by Councilmember Dave Sewell.
Our Heavenly Father, we're grateful to be able to be gathered together in this council work meeting. Thankful for all those who volunteer their time in the service of our city, and pray that thy blessings will be with us and thy inspiration, and we'll make good decisions on behalf of our residents. We're thankful for all of our good city employees and all who are involved in making this Provo a good place to live. We offer this prayer and thank you for the food we're about to partake of, and pray thy blessings to be upon it. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. Amen.
First item of business is the discussion with Shawna Cuan from the Governor's Office of Energy Development on proposed legislative improvements or changes to the CPACE program. This is the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program that the Council passed on September 6, 2016. So we will welcome Shawna to the Zoning Ordinance.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the audience again to talk about CPACE with you all. I did bring some handouts, so just so that we kind of are all looking at the same materials, so let me pass those out. The first one is just the short fact sheet about CPACE as a reminder for those of you who may or may not remember my presentation from the last time. And the second document I'm passing on the right is the proposed changes that we hope to make to the program with support and feedback from all of our municipalities that work on CPACE. So as a short reminder for those of you who might need a refresher on the CPACE program, CPACE stands for Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy. And the idea is to help building owners with those large capital improvement projects that they may not be able to finance. And so the financing mechanism is designed in a way so that it's $0 down, 100% financing for a term of up to 30 years or the expected life of the improvement. And it's available for commercial buildings to make energy efficiency improvements, renewable energy improvements, water conservation improvements, or to add battery storage or EV charging infrastructure to their properties. And so it's a broad array of improvements that we all know can contribute a myriad of benefits to our state. The most primary one being improvements to air quality by reducing emissions coming off of buildings as one of the big contributors to area source pollutants. And so the idea behind CPACE is to build off of the known special assessment structure that municipalities already do for things like sewer improvements or sidewalk repairs, and place voluntary assessments against the property. And then municipalities issue a bond for the actual amount of the project, and that can include soft costs. The bond is purchased by a capital provider, and the proceeds of the sale are used to finance the project. So presently, that's been, oh, thank you. So presently, what we've discovered is that since we've had the legislation on the books since 2013, we've managed to complete one CPACE project. And we've compared our progress to other states around the country, because other states implement CPACE in their own programmatic ways through their own enabling legislation. And what we're discovering is there's a few obstacles with the way the program's currently structured. We did the enabling legislation several years ago, and at the time we were implementing best practices, but we're learning quite a bit from the other states that have been significantly more successful with CPACE. And so what we've been doing over the last couple of months is we reconvened an advisory group committee of 30 stakeholders that work across the CPACE space in Utah, and had them talk to us very openly and honestly about what they thought worked and didn't work with the way we've structured CPACE. In addition to that, we talked to a number of other states that implement their own CPACE programs. Colorado, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Montana, they all have their own programs, and we wanted to compare structures because, like I said, CPACE is growing nationally, but it's actually implemented at the state and local level, and each state is doing it a little bit differently. So what we wanted to see was perhaps are there new best practices or better practices that we could be implementing. So as a result of those two primary efforts, we came up and we recognized a few primary obstacles with the way our CPACE program is currently structured. And you can see these are bulleted in the first, sorry, I've got the marked up copy, but in this bullet point list on our proposed changes. And I'll walk these through, and then this will explain kind of what we hope to accomplish through some structural changes. So the first is bonding fees. As I said, the municipalities would place a voluntary assessment on the property and issue a bond for the value of the project. Because it's reliant on a bonding structure and there are legal and financial advisors that must help draft the templates and provide opinions on the projects, it incurs a variety of fees on projects. And we have an estimated fee schedule that starts at $15,000. Now that's problematic because the average CPACE project done nationally is between $100,000 and $300,000. And so those fees are extraordinarily high when you think of it as a percentage of the project value. To be fair, this is about the standard fee for any type of bond, but as you're probably familiar with, bonds usually are issued in upwards of $2 million or more in value. So those fees are not quite as large a percentage of the actual value of the bond. So that's one of the hurdles that we've seen with developers and building owners just in terms of making projects pencil from a financial perspective. The next issue is needing some type of administrator that really brings it all together. So one of the challenges we've heard is that by doing a municipality by municipality based program, there can still be nuances and structures and difference of opinion in terms of how to implement the CPACE program. And that can be challenging for lenders, for capital providers who are looking to do CPACE projects throughout the state of Utah and not just in a single municipality. We're also seeing that there's a need for competitive financing rates via multiple qualified capital providers. So what we're seeing is that due to the bonding structure and the way that it's structured in Utah, there's a bit of a hurdle for these capital providers that have emerged specifically for the CPACE market to want to enter the Utah market. And they're hoping that we could shift our structure towards something that mirrors other states that have been more successful with CPACE. And then, of course, there's the constant need for education and outreach. Because, again, of this localized structure that we have in place, we're doing education at a very individualized level, which can be very difficult to simply get broader take-up of the CPACE program. So these are some of the challenges we identified through this sort of state-by-state interview process, as well as talking with the various CPACE stakeholders. And so what we're looking at is these three primary changes that we hope to introduce as legislative amendments to the Assessment Area Act, the current statute for CPACE. So the very first proposed change is enabling what's called a voluntary assignable lien structure. And this would actually be in addition to bonding. So if a municipality chooses to follow the bonding pathway, they certainly can. We want to enable another option, and it's called an assignable lien. And the structure is almost exactly the same. So if you were to, going back to the fact sheet, follow the first 5 steps, the structure stays exactly the same, but in step 4, rather than issuing a bond, the municipality issues a voluntary lien against the property and assigns it to the capital provider identified in step 2. So it's much cleaner, there's not nearly the level of paperwork involved, and it gets at a lot of the concerns we've heard from municipalities about both real and perceived risk associated with bonding. A lot of municipalities simply said, because you've used the word bonding, it incurs a lot of perceived concerns, and there's a lot of perhaps some public opposition to using bonding for these types of private commercial projects. And so through this assignable lien structure, we can get around those concerns. We would also reduce the cost because you would not have the fees. So it'd be easier for building owners and for developers to make these types of projects pencil. So that's the primary change. And it's informed by best practices that we've seen in other states. Utah is one of 19 states that has both enabling legislation and a CPACE program in place. However, Utah and California are the only 2 states that still rely on bonding as this primary financing mechanism. All of the other states have moved towards an assignable lien structure. And for example, Connecticut, that has this assignable lien structure, is planning on processing 100 projects over this next year. So in terms of scale, you can see that there's potentially a huge volume of projects that could be done by shifting to this alternative structure. Are there any questions about that process? Yes.
Assignable liens, are they still in a first position and based only on the cost of the improvement?
Yes.
So the lien, who is the lien holder?
So you would have the capital provider who finances the deal, they would hold the lien.
And so the city, what is the city's involvement then? If the capital provider is doing that, what is the city's involvement then? If they're not using our bonding power?
So they're still relying on your authority to place voluntary assessments, and that would place the lien in the first position on the property.
Voluntary assessments.
You'll have to tell me what the question was.
A voluntary assessment, the lien holder would then be the number one person in a voluntary assessment. We as a city would say, go ahead and put that on the lien. So we're still responsible for that improvement, the payment of that lien as a city.
So that was part of the amendment. We want to make it abundantly clear the municipality is not liable for any payments due against the CPACE assessment. That's already an understood element from the statute, but we want to make it expressly clear that the municipality is under no obligation to do a CPACE repayment on any commercial property.
So the only reason they need the city involved is to create an assessment area
Mhm.
where they're able to do this in a certain area of the city.
The physical boundary of the property being improved. Yeah.
Which means it's be collected, like property tax, right? Isn't that the whole purpose? And that whole meaning is that'll be on the property tax assessment bill on that property?
Yeah, I'm not sure if, it does get billed that way. I don't know if it shows up on the actual property tax bill.
It can be billed, yeah, so it can be billed one of two ways. So the first is through property taxes, so it's recorded with the tax recorder's office and that's added in with the billing notice. Alternatively, through this capital provider that is in step 2, the building owner can have an agreement just directly with the capital provider and pay it directly back to them.
So is it kind of like a special assessment district?
Yes, that's right. You're a lot more like in the city.
So in the lien scenarios, why would you need an assessment if it's just between the commercial owner and their, and the bank,
The loaning agency.
right, loaning agent and bank? Why do you really need an assessment area?
I need to follow up to get the exact wording for that because that's been something we're clarifying right now. But as we understand it, other states have done both the assessment with an assignable lien structure.
We're wondering why the city is involved if they've already got the agreement with the lending company. And I don't know what the special improvement or the district area, why we do that. I'm not sure what the purpose of that is.
My understanding is that so it can be treated like a property tax assessment, you have to use the municipality's authority to place assessments against those properties. But then in conjunction with the assessment, they would issue a lien that's assigned to the capital provider.
So the city has all they're doing then is using our county's ability to assess for payment. And they can foreclose on that property within 5 years or so. Is it the same regulations as far as the property tax payments? That after 5 years, if it's not paid for, it goes to public auction?
So it can be foreclosed on by the municipality. Alternatively, what can happen is the municipality can place that capital provider as a trustee, and they would then have foreclosure authority.
And again, the county's the one that does the assessing. Why is the county not creating it? Why are they doing it through the cities rather than the county?
So counties do place the assessments in unincorporated areas, but incorporated areas, it falls to the city to place the assessment under this statute.
So out of those that have participated in this program nationally,
Mhm.
and those who have the two options, what percentage is going to just the lien with the capital provider and not going to an assessment district? Do you have any idea? Is there a trend that's showing doing one way or the other, or?
So the trend that we're seeing is bonding versus assignable liens, not necessarily the assessment versus the assignable lien. Is that the distinction you're asking?
Well, I was more interested to see how many are really go into the assessment process.
Mhm.
In the assignable lien category,
Mhm.
if we have the two choices in over there under that to do assessment or a direct agreement with the capital provider, I was wondering what the,
So my understanding is those are actually linked, and so I need to get back and clarify the question on why those are linked, but the states that have assignable liens have the assessment tied to that process. So it's not necessarily an assessment or the assignable lien, it's tied together. The distinction is that there's 2 states that still do assessments with bonding, Utah and California, and the rest of the states are doing assessments with assignable liens. Yes.
Mr. Render, correct me if I'm wrong, but perhaps kind of the question was, you said there was 2 structures for repayment on with the assignable liens. One's through the property tax method, and the other is an agreement with the capital provider. How is that shaking out as far as is all one or
Okay.
split evenly or?
Okay, now I understand the question, thank you. That I'd actually have to look into. There's not as much robust data specifically about the structure in terms of repayment. In Utah, the Hunt Electric project, they're repaying directly to the capital provider rather than through property taxes. So I can continue forward on the proposed changes. So one of the next steps that we wanted to talk through with municipalities is talking about the potential of a CPACE district. This is something that we see rise in states like Colorado that is designed to reduce the burden on municipalities from a staff time and resources perspective. Because in our current structure in Utah, it would still fall to the city council to go through the documents, go through the paperwork for the projects, place the assessment, and issue a bond under the current structure. So what we've seen is that some municipalities simply don't have the bandwidth to support that level of involvement for every CPACE project, particularly if we can, ideally, if we see the volume of projects that we're seeing in other states. So one of the best practices we've seen in other states is shifting towards a wider district type structure where we would be able to process the CPACE projects and reduce the burden on the municipality. Ideally, too, this would make a very standardized process because there would be simply the building owner would go to the district to have the CPACE project completed. And so you have a standardized, consistent process because they're going to one entity as opposed to going to the individual municipality. And this certainly is something that we've seen from developers and capital providers as a way to help overcome issues from a localized perspective where one municipality may have a different process than another municipality. And so this would help further streamline that process and ideally lead to greater take-up from a building owner perspective to have this larger district. It can also be potentially beneficial because what we're looking at are a lot of property owners that maybe own properties across different jurisdictional boundaries. And so they may face challenges in improving multiple properties across boundaries, whereas with a district, they would be able to do it in a much more standardized fashion. Any questions about that? The other point to make is that this would be in conjunction with the municipality's existing ability to still do CPACE. This would not change your authorities at all. You can continue to do local CPACE projects in your jurisdiction if that's of interest. What we simply wanted to provide was a larger district that would enable municipalities that don't have the bandwidth or don't have the staff or resources to be able to use this wider program to actually process the CPACE projects.
How much control is given up by the municipality by moving to the district model?
So we want to have an open dialogue about that. We don't see it as ceding any authority because the municipalities would still be able to do CPACE projects in their own jurisdiction under the current CPACE structure. They would also have the authority to do assignable liens rather than bonds. And then they would also have the option to opt into a statewide program. The idea would simply be to alleviate the burden on municipalities. It wouldn't be to change any authorities you currently have.
So it's statewide, is that the whole state would be one district?
Ideally. Sorry.
So for instance, they had a concern that they weren't ready to make solar part of this program. Would they be able to go off and do something like that?
Ideally, yes. So that's kind of where we want to get feedback from municipalities and understand what role in terms of an advisory capacity municipalities want to play, because we don't, the point ideally of the district is to move to an area in which municipalities aren't burdened with dealing with CPACE projects, but they're adequately represented in this district. And alternatively, we don't want them, we don't want a board that meets every week that, is still a time-intensive burden on the municipality. So we're trying to figure out exactly what that looks like. One structure that we're exploring and we welcome feedback on are municipalities serving in advisory committee capacity where they would actually help us draft the program guidelines. And then that would get us to the point of, for cities such as Provo where solar renewable energy is still being worked out, we can kind of keep it limited and restricted.
This is looking forward to where the state could be the district right now, but as more and more projects come on, it's going to be hard to manage, so you can break it up into districts after that. Or is this?
I think this would ideally be one
There's always
district.
be one district. The state would be the district.
Mhm. It would take up the whole geography of the state, yeah. But it would be ideally it would be governed by a board, and that would be certainly an avenue where we have municipality representation, and that board would then be responsible for the CPACE projects. And then ideally, what we would want to have in place is OED serving as an advisor to the board, perhaps our energy policy advisor sitting on that board, but then we can bring to bear all the knowledge and network we've developed over the last couple of years as this statewide program administrator.
So without the board, it's just been your office handling all the projects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so ideally, this would allow for another sort of shift in how the structure is used right now, because by having this sort of statewide district, we would also have the authority to bring on a third-party administrator. And what a lot of other states have done is bring in this administrator, and they actually charge a fee against the project rather than charging the state. So then there's no state revenue being spent to actually do these CPACE projects, and a third-party administrator is repaid through a fee against every project. And we've seen that be a very successful model in other states, and we'd want to make sure that we keep it very cost competitive because we're trying to cut down on those fees associated with bonding, and obviously we don't want to just replace them with a third-party administrator fee.
Question. So the Office of Energy Development would do all the heavy lifting, and the city would, in theory, just be going through a few motions to implement.
Correct. So our office would do the heavy lifting to convene the board, to convene the advisory committee of municipalities. We're working on the legislative amendments presently, and so we'll help stand up all of those structures, but ideally what we wanted was a self-sustaining program that's not dependent on us. We are a political office, and so in the event winds shift, we didn't want CPACE to be a casualty of shifting political dynamics. So that's why it's important that our office is involved in standing it up, but that it is a self-sustaining program.
When I asked about seating control, you mentioned that the cities would still be able to do their own. I guess my fear might be more the other direction where, yes, we can do our own, but things are approved through the district in our city that we look at and say, wow, we wouldn't have done that if it was still up to us. So.
And that's where I think it's critical the municipalities are a part of drafting program guidelines. One of the weaknesses I see in our program is the fact that we don't have required savings to investment ratios or lien to value ratios. And so I think that can leave us a little open to perhaps not great projects. And so by having the municipalities be a part of drafting these guidelines that set rules for which projects would be considered both not only that meet the legal requirements, but then actually meet air quality goals, meet the technical and financial specifications that we're looking for these types of projects, that is where the municipality would come into play. Because at the end of the day, we should be enabling building owners to have cash flow positive. They should have improved net operating incomes. There should be improved building value, but by creating this sort of these parameters for the program, that's how we can get there.
Are there cities that have only okayed the lien portion of it and not the bonding portion of the program?
So the cities or the states, actually, this is in, do you mean in other states or do you mean in Utah?
Just from the cities or states that you know of, those programs that are running, how many of those are bond and lien, have both those options available to them, and how many are going one or the other?
Utah would be the first doing both. We wanted to enable whatever structure worked best. And all other states either fall into, they just do bonding, or they fall into the assignable lien structure. Utah was actually one of the first to get to the enabling legislation for CPACE. A lot of these other states that also have enabling legislation and programs only did so in the last 2 to 3 years.
And most of those are assignable liens.
Yes, so it'd be 17 out of 19 that have enabling legislation and a program in place.
So if the Office of Energy Development and the board with various municipal representatives approve a project, we still have the final say because we have to do the assessment.
Well, so that would be the distinction. The district would have that authority to place an assessment and issue the lien for the property. So the authority would be vested in the district as well as the municipality. But the district could do a project in your jurisdiction.
So we don't end up with the final say if we give our authority to the board. All we have is representation on the board.
You would have representation on the board.
And with that, we'd have no obligation. It's what we're not bonding, it's just.
It would be the voluntary agreement with the building owner. So, because ideally what we're redeveloping the structure is removing the liability on municipalities. So
what are you guys to give the authority to the district?
to allow to be supportive of the district, yeah.
So our hesitation, or at this point, to include solar, if all the other cities said yes and we said no, then it would still happen.
Not necessarily. That's why I think the importance of the program guidelines is so critical, is that we can write into the guidelines that, we can write exceptions, we can write restrictions, that type of thing, so that guides the decision making done by the board. Because this should be a collaborative process, so.
Once we approve this, is there ever any way to get out of it as permanent?
No, I think it would operate the same way as the municipality opt-in agreement that we currently have in place. It would just require the written cancellation by the municipality.
Were there other points you wanted to make with your presentation?
Those are the primary ones. And so we're in the process of drafting the specific amendments. And of course, we're, as I said, looking for feedback, but also support from municipalities to pursue this structure. We are doing a very extensive conversation with financial stakeholders, with municipalities, with building owners to make sure that this is going in the right direction. We understand that there are some concerns about restructuring the program, but I think at the end of the day, this does address a lot of the concerns we've heard voiced and a lot of the reasons why CPACE projects haven't been passed. So I appreciate the time. Yeah.
You're on. If you want to hear your input on what exactly.
What's the question?
How are you feeling about this?
Well, I suppose it depends on the final structure. You're talking about, isn't this going to require a state statute
Yes.
change first?
We're looking at legislative changes to the Assessment Area Act.
So I guess, and maybe this is too superficial for you, but I guess my answer is it depends on what the statute looks like, and if we don't like it after whatever it looks like, you don't have to opt in. But I don't know that I have necessarily any big looming concerns about the proposal. It all depends about the principles of the proposal. It just depends on the details.
I appreciate what the office is doing now, rather than making the changes and then telling us what the changes are. They're reaching out and saying, hey, this is what we're thinking about doing. Do you have any concerns, so that we can work out those details? So I appreciate what they're doing, and and so I think now's the time. If we say, well, it'd be good as long as they don't do this, or hey, we don't want to see these kind of details, I think now's the time for us to speak up and kind of explain what we would like to see in that statute.
So one of the things
I like about this is that the more projects that are facilitated by this, the better for our clean air in the valley. So the more cities we get on board and the more projects, the better. And one of the big stumbling blocks, as you mentioned, has been kind of the perceived bond risk. I think I should mention that Sarah Bateman is representing Warren here today to listen to this presentation, and I believe they've already been in contact regarding this. And the bond risk issue was one of the things I believe that kind of caused them pause, but they're very interested in these proposed changes. So my hope is that Orem and a whole bunch of the other cities in the valley on board, it could really be a good thing. So I guess what I'm wondering is if council is interested in encouraging this, then maybe we could consider some type of a resolution of support that to encourage the legislature to look at it, to encourage other cities to take a look at it, get involved in the discussion, like we're doing today.
In order to do that, I think we need to see the final product, and then Brian can do it.
So I've been working with Ballard Spark, who's been providing assistance. They drafted the original statute. What we're planning on doing is taking this that lays out sort of the challenges, but then laying out specifically what the proposed changes would be. They're going to craft some draft legal language, and then we'd be happy to share that if that would be useful. I hope that we could have it ready by the end of next week.
It would be helpful to be able to look at that and see what the proposals are. The bonding, personally, the bonding was a concern to me. I felt like we needed more to be able to make some parameters as a city on how much we're willing to bond for and how many projects we're willing to have going at one time. And this lien, the signable lien kind of takes care of that if that's an option. It's, to me, seems like a much more desirable, from the city standpoint, a much more desirable way to go. And I think that as council, we should probably decide if we're going to move forward with both options, or if we like one option better than the other. I think that would be helpful as a council to decide that. If we are going to allow the bonding side of that, I think we do need to set some parameters as a city too on how much we're willing to bond and how many projects we're willing to have open at any given time, and have some policy guiding that part of it. That's going to be part of what we want to do moving forward. There are parts of the board that are appealing, but there's also that part that we need as a city to be able to craft what works for us. And so if we are very much part of crafting that, then that makes sense. But I don't think that it would be wise to totally give control to a state board when it comes to making decisions for our cities. And I think it's wise to maintain some control about how that happens. But I can see from your standpoint, taking the political, aspects out of it makes a lot of sense. And having a board that's representative of those involved makes a lot of sense too. So it just depends on how that's, what that final draft ends up looking like. Those are my own personal thoughts.
And if there are existing structures that work really well for Provo City that perhaps we could replicate in this type of process to ensure that you're having your concerns met appropriately. I would really welcome any specific examples or strategies you've seen work in other areas. We've talked about the charter school model, but we decided against that. And so similarly, if there are other models that would be applicable in this type of environment to ensure that we've got the municipality representation, but then overcome the hurdles with that municipality by municipality process, we're all ears. Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that even if we go with the district model, that the cities can still be authorized to enter in their own projects. If the proposed legislation goes through, could a city choose to still be part of the CPACE program but not be part of the district, and only approve their own if they decided they weighed their options and decided that they have the staff bandwidth and they wanted to
go it alone.
They can certainly choose not to participate in the CPACE district if they don't want to, and do CPACE projects themselves, if I'm understanding the question correctly.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, we're trying to build in plenty of flexibility so that we can choose whatever option works best, and hopefully that does add to the imperative that we're trying to prove is that we want municipalities to do this in the best way that works for them. And so, but what we hope with the district is that it's such an easy to use tool that municipalities would defer to using the district rather than dealing with it themselves, ideally, right?
I still have some concern, not concern, an interest in if the capital provider can make an agreement with the improvement entity. I'd like to know what kind of trend there is there. I just assume keep it in that private side if that's the trend that a lot of them are doing. I see that, why do we jump into it and just have them stay that way anyway? We can encourage that rather than participate ourselves. So I'd like that information.
Yeah, I'll see if I can, if there's any data available.
Thank
you.
My only thought on that, Kay, is does the bank have the ability to place the lien on the property, or are they relying on the legal authority, like county or the city, to be that person, place the lien and help them finish the process? And you'll get back to us on that.
Well, that's the agreement. If the agreement is we're going to work it out here and not require the assessment and the tax process to make the payment, then I don't see why you'd need that.
Right, so you'll find out.
I will find out. It's certainly, I think, simpler when it's just directly with the capital provider rather than going through the property tax route, but that's my sort of personal view.
I just wanted to voice support for Mr. Stool's idea of a resolution encouraging the legislature and other cities to take a look at it. I do agree that this can be a very important step. I think about it.
And if you will take back our comments to the Office of Energy and then let us know what the proposal will be. I think we'll have something before us that we can look at and maybe craft a resolution. Just to sort of have a little more information on some of the questions that we'll ask Mr. Mayor.
Just a quick question, if I might. If I missed it, I'm sorry. Can you give us a sense of other cities, and are you getting support from other cities and who they are?
Sure. So I have talked with Orem City, Park City, Summit County, Salt Lake City, Cedar City, and Logan, and they have all been supportive of it. They want to know what the structure looks like, understandably, but particularly from the bonding perspective, everybody's very supportive of shifting to the assignable lien structure. And so it's a process of figuring out what the board looks like, but I've also heard support from all of those cities for this revised structure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The next item of business is an update from the Development Approval Review Committee, and this will be introduced by Wayne Parker.
Thank you. Mr. Sewell, I don't know if you want to kind of introduce the work of the committee, and then I can talk in some more detail about the specifics, or if you just want me to take it from start to finish.
Well, I'd be happy to say a good introduction. I guess the goal was to try to streamline, improve the development approval review process. The idea to put together a council committee to take a look at that, approach the administration about partnering with that. And I have to say I've been really pleased with the response from the administration. We've had just a lot of support on this, a lot of top level people that come to our committee meetings, brought in a lot of developers who have heard their concerns, what their problems were. So I think a lot of what we'll hear has come from those meetings, and then it looks like the administration came up with a few ideas on their own here too,
And then there are some suggestions for legislative options that we'll hear too. And I just wanted to clarify up front, we're not, some of these are going to require a lot of discussion, and we're not saying that the committee is necessarily endorsing those, or we just feel like these are really good topics to have a good discussion about as a council. So anything else? Okay.
So in the process of the meetings of the committee, we met with, I'm guessing around a dozen, maybe 15 different developers. We met with the Home Builders Association, the realtors, developers from large institutional projects to small single-family homes and everything in between, in an effort to understand what we could do better, what frustrations were with our process and our people, and what we could do to improve that. Again, we were kind of focusing on making the process more predictable. In other words, every application pretty much goes through the same kind of process. Every similar application goes through the same kind of process. We wanted it to be more transparent so that a developer or an engineer could look at any given application, any given time, and find out where it is in the process, what's holding it up. And then just to be as straightforward and as inexpensive for a developer as possible, as long as we're balancing the need with those issues of predictability and transparency, so that we could, everybody could see the process completely from start to finish. So we compiled a list as we went through these committee meetings over several months, and of things that developers have mentioned, and particularly those that were mentioned more than once, as opposed to something that was a very unique circumstance around a given development application. And we divided those up into areas for the city administration to work on that really involved administrative policy or process, staffing, some of those kinds of things. And then we also had some items that were that required legislative action, that would require actually changing the code to do. And they actually ended up being fairly equally split between the two areas. So I thought I would just run through, Kelsey, I don't know if you have the Word document, but thought maybe we could just run through quickly the draft that we put together and kind of talk about some of the timing and some of those kinds of things. Your staff did a great job in the staff report for today of talking about the process as it currently flows. And so I'll try to put that in context as we go through the recommendations, but my intent today is just to hit these very quickly and then respond to questions. A lot of them will kind of flow on their own. Some will require action by the council, and we've actually, in consultation with the staff and the committee, have come up with a couple of ideas for how that might best flow. So let me walk through the administration items first. Again, talking about transparency and predictability, all of our existing infrastructure standards in the city that we utilize, most are on the city website, but not all, and not everything that's on the city website is currently up to date. And so it's our intent that we make assignments between now and spring of next year to revise, update, review all of those, get them approved by the mayor, and then put a current version up on the city website. The idea there is that any engineer can go to our website, understand our standards, develop a project, and then have it be relatively pain-free if they follow all the guidelines that are up on the city website. So we have some work we need to do there. We talked about requiring owners and engineers to come to a pre-application and a pre-construction meeting with what we call our CRC, which is the Coordinators Review Council. And this is the accumulation of all of those in our staff departments who review development applications. And they meet every Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock and review a fairly lengthy agenda consisting of all the current projects that are in the various stages of approval. One of the challenges we run into sometimes is, and we've flowcharted a couple of processes, and one of the things we found is that while Frequently, a developer or owner particularly will come in and complain that the city was not responsive. What we actually found was there were relatively few cases of that. What we did find was that maybe their engineer wasn't giving them the entire story. And sometimes we're an easy scapegoat for an engineer who may be overcommitted or behind on his work. And so one of the things we talked about was if we could bring the owner or the owner's representative into a pre-application discussion, so before they even submit their application, come in and talk about the project, what they intend to do, where they intend to do it, what the eventual outcome should be, and allow the CRC then to weigh in on some sort of low-hanging fruit, like, gee, we don't have a sewer line in this area that will accommodate what you're hoping to do, so in your planning, assume that you're going to have to upsize the sewer line downstream. And so those answers get given early instead of late in the process, and that the owner is getting them from our reviewers directly and not just filtered through the engineer. And then once the development is approved, we do a similar pre-construction meeting and invite the owner or the owner's rep and the engineer to come and say, okay, now that you've got your plans approved, here are some of the constraints we're concerned about. And so that we get a very clear, transparent process, clarify expectations early on about what that development process or construction process would be like. We had a number of developers talk to us about creating some one-stop permits. Right now, there is not a permit that you can receive from the city where you walk up to the counter, hand over the information, and get an issued permit back. All of them require additional review by building inspectors or plan reviewers or potentially our city staff. And so we're trying to identify some areas where we could actually do a one-stop permit. We wouldn't have to go through a more detailed review process that could be accomplished at the counter by the folks at the counter. And so we intend to commission our people to begin to look at that and try to develop some one-stop permits by early next year. Moving on, next page. Update our processes via Provo 360 to allow applicants to track their information online. So this comes into our eGov application that we've been working on, where you could come in as a resident or a non-resident for that matter, register for a service, and then come into a single portal. And so if I'm an engineer that's working on a project, I can create an account, log in, and I can see in real time the application process as it's going through. So if there is someone in the process that is sitting on an application for an inordinate amount of time, everybody knows exactly where it is in the process. Builder, developer, anybody who wants to see that process. Residents could look in on those as well. And so again, the idea was to just come in and be able to see the process, be able to interact if you're a developer or owner, and say, have a direct conversation through the eGov portal with the reviewers that are involved. And so again, that's to be, again, our system will not be up until July of 2017. The CityView system that will give us that flexibility. And so we've allowed some time to make sure that we can make that all work. But the idea is to be doing things now, which we are doing, to ensure that the portal is set up properly and can be as interactive as we hope it would be. Try to reduce the frequency of field changes by sharing financial responsibility. If a problem could have been found early on and wasn't, that the city, if it messed up, it should have accountability for helping solve the problem and not just putting all of that on a developer in the field. And so if it was something that we knew and recognized or could have recognized and didn't, then our department budgets would be on the hook for helping solve that problem. And so again, we're going to spend some more time talking about that and trying to ensure that we can monitor that effectively. And again, I think it will only take one or two of those before departments will be a whole lot more thorough in their process. Consider creating a formal appeal process to allow applicants to get quicker response. We've had recommendations over the years to have a board like the Board of Adjustment, but could be an engineering review board or a development review board, where if a decision was made that a developer's engineer disagreed with, there was a path to go above and beyond the work of the CRC. And so, again, that could be a board, it could be escalating up the administrative chain. I know when I mentioned the mayor several times, when I worked in the city of Ogden, we had what we called the mayor's administrative review meeting, which we held monthly, or actually twice a month. And it was a public setting, and the mayor would hear appeals on a variety of issues that were delegated to him in the code, and then would make a formal decision in the meeting and then issue a written decision thereafter. And so again, we could find something that could happen relatively quickly, within a matter of a week or two, or we could go to a more formalized process, where a board would meet once a month and accumulated appeals could then be considered, much like the Board of Adjustment would consider them today. So again, that could result in code change as well. We're anticipating that hopefully we could come up with a system that would be more administratively focused, a little more nimble than having to wait for a 30-day time period potentially.
Why wouldn't you use the Board of Appeals to do something like that? Are they busy with whatever else they have going on?
Yeah, I think, well, there's a couple of things. One, the Board of Adjustment really has some statutory responsibilities. I think the concern was that we not overburden them with administrative things, that would add to their statutory responsibility. The other one was that if we do a board like this, it might be good to put a couple of engineers or experienced developers on the board, that have worked through the system before and have seen alternative solutions to problems. And so again, I think what we'd like to do is just kind of flesh out all those pros and cons and come back with a specific recommendation. Conduct a study on building permit fees in other communities. We had some feedback, which is interesting to us because the building permit fees are established by the building code, which is adopted at the state level. And so they should all be, building permits, plan review should all be uniform, but apparently they're not. And so part of our discussion was that we should undertake a survey to see if there are cities who are reducing their building permit fees or who are not charging some fees that are included in the building code, and just try to understand if from a fee perspective we're really non-competitive. If there are some who are not necessarily following the statutory building code. Require development reviewers to return phone calls within 1 business day. This is not in our policy anywhere, but it is one that we think is reasonably achievable. And so again, we're going to spend some time and talk with the CRC about that expectation and try to define if there's ever a reason in which we couldn't do it within 1 business day to at least return a phone call, even if we don't have an answer, but just to close the loop with our development community. Streamlining the building permit process by allowing residential permits in existing subdivisions to be issued within 3 business days. Right now, any building permit, even single-family homes, goes through the CRC process. So sometimes it can be a 2-week response on a building permit, and yet there are very, very few changes that are ever made through the CRC process. One of the concerns that's been a frequent one on single-family homes has been drainage. How's the grading of the lot going to be? But the fact is that grading plans are submitted with the subdivision plat and are approved. And so if rather than going out to the department, if a building official could simply look at the grading plan that's been approved and the grading plan that's on the permit, and if they align, just say, that's great, you pass, as opposed to sending it out to stormwater for a more detailed review and coming back. So again, we're thinking there are a number of things we could do with, just again, in a platted subdivision that's it's already built, roads are already in place, sidewalks are already in place. Couldn't we find a way to issue those permits in a 3-day time period instead of going through the normal 2-week process? So again, that's a goal that we've established here as well. Establish standard for reviews of submitted project plans and building plans based on the complexity of the review. This one came up. Not all plans are the same. Some are a lot simpler. Some are a lot more complicated. We are finding a lot of complicated plans coming in now, largely because every piece of property in the city that's been easy to build on has already been built on, with the exception of some farms maybe on the west side. But in most of our developable areas, we're fully developed. And so we're either doing redevelopment or we're pushing the boundaries of our environmental concerns, whether it's closer to the lake or further up the mountain. And they're getting more and more complicated. So we've talked about, can we establish a time standard for these reviews and come up, maybe rate a project as it comes in initially, on a 3-stage scale or 5-stage scale, and say, well, if you're in stage 1, which is a pretty easy review, maybe our development standard is 5 business days. If it's a stage 5 project, maybe it's a 60-day review, but establish different time standards based on the complexity of the project. Scroll up just a bit for us. Ongoing feedback mechanism for development community for city staff. And so again, we do send out surveys now and gather that data. We did an extensive survey as a part of the work of the committee and tried to identify some specific challenges, but tried to come up with a better survey feedback and then share that information with the mayor and the council on this proposed quarterly. And I think that would probably be appropriate. Just send out the summary of the results of those surveys once a quarter so that all the decision makers could see and understand whether we're making progress or not, whether the scores are better this time than last time, or if there are new specifics that we weren't aware of. So those kind of highlighted the administrative proposals. I'm sorry, Lynn.
There was one that you skipped.
Oh, did I miss one? I'm
That was
sorry.
on purpose. It was
No, it wasn't on
succession
purpose.
plan for.
Oh, yes, residential commercial plan reviewers. Yeah, like almost any other city our size, we're very heavily reliant on 1 or 2 people, and we recognize that a couple of them are nearing retirement age. And so community development actually has already begun a process of doing a lot of cross-training. So when a Skip Tandy retires at some point, the next year or the next 10 years, whatever Skip decides to move on, we are backfilled and ready to go. And so again, we thought it would be good to have, if it could require additional staffing, if we wanted to provide someone else to help carry the burden and then, go through a couple of years of training process. I mean, we're ready now, should Skip leave, but we replace one Skip with someone else. And that's probably not good succession planning. We want to be thinking 2 or 3 levels deep. And so again, that was one of the key recommendations that came out as well. Some fear on the part of the development community when we lose our longtime chief plan reviewer that we may cause them time and money delays. Gary, did you have a question? Oh, okay. Okay, so let's go to the legislative items. Again, I know staff's been doing some work on these, but let me just highlight quickly, streamlining noticing requirements for council land use applications. Again, we spent some time at, I think, our very first discussion talking about, just walking through the process from when a planning commission decision is made until when a council decision is considered. And between noticing requirements and getting the report of action done and having council time to review that and making sure you had those on Thursday before a Tuesday work meeting and so on, it started adding a pretty significant time delay. So one of the things we talked about was trying to review that process and see if there were ways we could, a couple of days of shortened noticing could result in a week's time savings. And so again, we were trying to look for some ways, and again, we just kind of left that with council staff to consider how that's going.
As could moving council and planning commission to the same week. That would save us a week in the time frame.
Right. So again, just doing some rescheduling and realigning could really make some significant difference in how quickly we can move things from one body to the other.
Maybe when those materials, we can talk about later, but when the materials are given to the planning commission, if they're given to the council at the same time, so we have those in advance well enough. I mean, it's all there.
Yep,
So,
it is. Yeah. Yeah, you could certainly see council planning commission staff reports early on. We get those as well, and the mayor and I have a chance to review them as things go to planning commission as well. So that'd be pretty easy. Let you be well versed on the project before it gets there.
right, and then the planning ROA can come, later when when they finish it. But we had all those supporting documents dealing with
First, Okay. Well, good. And I think, again, we're kind of looking for council leadership and staff to kind of fill in the blanks on this one. Work with the administration to get applications from planning commission to council for action with fewer delays. Again, that's sort of the same thing, in terms of how quickly we can generate a report of action and get it in the queue. Now, some code changes. One of the things we heard from developers frequently was that if you're in an existing subdivision and you have a couple of building permits and you may want to, because of the dimensions of the lot, you could potentially build a bigger home on both of them if you could simply move a lot line a few feet. Currently, we require a developer, if they want to do that, to go and replat the entire subdivision. And part of the challenge with that is you have to get the buy-in of all the existing owners in the subdivision in order to get a replat. And so that can it discourages a builder or an owner from trying to make those minor adjustments. Most cities that we talk to actually do that they provide us a code process for making minor lot line modifications. And that can be done entirely administratively and without having to go. The new lot lines have to be recorded, but it doesn't have to be put into a brand new subdivision plat. And so again, so one of the things we mentioned was that we could work with you on doing that. That would be it's a big issue for a number of the developers we talked to.
Save some cost too.
It would save a ton of cost and a ton of time and complexity. And so again, we'd have to define what a minor lot line adjustment is, how big, and does it create any problem for utility easements or those kinds of things. But at the end of the day, we think this could be a pretty low-hanging fruit kind of issue to solve in the code.
So I've looked this type of stuff up before, and if I was down at the county and I ran into a plat map and someone had even handwritten in, seeing
Yes.
entry such and such for lot line adjustment, that's good enough for me. I don't need to see a whole new plat map done.
Right. It's been long-standing practice, and it was originally practice in many cities, and a lot of them have just chosen to make this simple change to do it. We're just behind. We just haven't done that. And so again, as we've talked to our engineering staff, they don't see a big problem with it as long as it's still recorded and it's still searchable in a title search and those kinds of things. That isn't overly concerning to them. So again, I think that's one we can work with you on and probably get something done, fairly, end of this year, first of next year, and get that wrapped up. Evaluate the development of a form-based code. This again is one that we've talked a lot about. This is one, as Councilmember Sewell suggests, is not something you do in one meeting. This is probably as we've suggested here in the timeline, it's probably almost a 2-year process to go through and do a significant revision of our land use codes to make them more form-based. But again, one of the things we would hear frequently from, at least I've heard from elected officials for all the time I've been here, is that design is as important as density. It's as important as utility access. You want to make sure that a project that comes to you leaves with a high-quality design element. And part of the problem is that we've used the development review or the development agreement process to get that design quality built in. But again, that's a very unpredictable, inconsistent, untransparent process. Developers complain about that because they're guessing what planning commissioners and council members want, and they're proffering things. And sometimes those proffers are legitimate proffers. Sometimes they feel to them more like extortion. And so again, the idea of the form-based code would be to say, let's define design. Let's put it in the code. And as long as your design meets those standards, then we know we're going to have a good product at the end of the day. So again, that gets to that issue of trying to predict the outcome.
There's a lot of opposition, at least a couple of members of the council, to form-based zoning versus form-based coding.
Right.
So I would like to know that a majority of the council wants to pursue this before we pursue it.
Well, you'll notice that we talked about trying to do a council retreat on a number of these topics. And I think our intent would be not to do anything until we've been through a retreat process and let you make a decision as to whether or not you're comfortable with that direction or not. But we've got 4 or 5 of these that I think are going to raise some questions for you and should be discussed in a retreat.
Form-based design does give up a lot of council priorities.
It does. It does. But again, our task and your mission that was assigned to us as one of your 9 key objectives this year was to make the process more predictable, transparent. And again, we think the form-based code is the ideal of that. It makes it predictable and transparent. You lay out all your expectations up front, and then you allow developers to just simply meet those. And again, that requires a lot of work. You got to keep the form-based code up to date, and when elected officials change, you may need to revise it. And so it's a lot more work, but it tries to get at that issue of predictable and transparent. Okay, we can scroll down, Kelsey. Incentivized quality infill. We had a couple of developers that came in with little infill projects that ended up being extraordinarily complicated, even to the point where they simply walked away because it couldn't be done. And as we looked at some of our processes, we kind of thought, well, maybe not everything we do as a small infill project should be at the same level of standard of compliance with the code as new projects are. And for example, if you take down a couple of old duplexes and build one nice single-family home, you can't cross a lot line, and so that creates a problem. That, again, the lot line adjustment helps solve that. But but there are a variety of things that I think we could do from a code perspective that would say, okay, we want to encourage good infill development, particularly in the central part of the city. Take down an old dilapidated home that's been carved up into apartments and build a new home in there that would provide a place for an anchor family. And we really haven't even considered what we could do in the code to try to encourage that kind of development, or at a minimum, not discourage it. And so again, we think that's worth a discussion, at a council retreat. We can do some research on what other cities have done, and come back and share some data at a council retreat, talk in more detail about that.
You'll give us some examples in Provo's history where something failed and how maybe we changed it to pavement.
Yeah, we can do that. In fact, we had a written, I don't know, it was probably 6 or 7 pages of narrative about one of these that was exactly as I described, where came in and wanted to take down an old dilapidated structure, and actually 2 structures, and build a nice new structure in the middle, and spent a year and a half trying to get even to a building permit stage, and finally gave up and walked away and went somewhere else to build their home. We don't want that to happen. Cases of interior remodels. Right now, the code says that if you're doing an interior remodel, you must bring the property up to code if it exceeds a certain dollar level. One of the challenges we run into, and a good example of this was the old, was it a Hollywood Video that's on the corner of First North and Fifth West? It's now a martial arts studio. It was a Blockbuster, yeah. And so anyway, as the developer, the owner of the building came in and wanted to make some improvements and remodel for this martial arts studio. There were some drainage problems in the parking lot. The parking lot was badly beat up and damaged, and there were some problems with the sidewalk in front. And because of the extensiveness of the remodel, we came in and said, well, now you got to do, based on the code, you got to do the following 4 or 5 things. And the cost of all of those exterior things actually exceeded the cost of the interior remodel. So more than doubled the project cost. And so we've kind of raised the question, we were asked by this developer and others, is that the right thing to do? And where's the appropriate threshold? We get it that sometimes, if we're going to tear down the building and build new, you fix all those things when you did them. But so when's an interior remodel something less than a new construction, and what does that look like, and is it the right standard? And so again, it's an area we've had lots of questions about, and we probably get more questions about that in the mayor's office than almost any other single development standard. What's the right number, or the scope, or whatever. And so and sometimes they result for an interior remodel example. For example, if you add another restroom, you would likely be asked to pay an additional impact fee because you're creating now that new impact. But if I'm a building owner and I'm saying, gosh, if I now have a single restroom and I put in a men's and a women's restroom, should I really have to pay a new impact fee? Am I creating any net new impact to the sewer system? It's a fair question. So again, I think on all of these interior remodel issues, it's a problem we ought to try to figure out an answer to. Bonding options was another one we heard routinely. It's a good example of that. If we have a builder developer, who actually a developer who comes in, develops a subdivision and builds all the homes, well, he has to put a bond up for a sidewalk, for example, in that whole subdivision, and before he builds the sidewalk. But if he comes in and builds a home, we also require him to put a bond so that he doesn't damage the sidewalk in front of the home. And so now we may have 10 different sidewalk bonds all in place for different lots, but the risks of him damaging every single sidewalk is really pretty low, but our bonding requirements still make that requirement now. And so we could have an awful lot of money sitting in bonding accounts earning interest, which we would never in reality ever draw on. And so again, the suggestion was, could we find out, they suggested the possibility, for example, of a rolling bond. So if I come in and I'm a builder developer and I'm building on 3 lots, and as I get finished with my lot and the sidewalk's in good shape and there's been no damage to the curb and gutter, rather than having to cash out my bond and then have a release and then putting a new bond on the property, could I simply move the bond to another lot? Right now, we don't let them do that, but that seems to be a pretty simple, straightforward kind of thing. So again, the whole issue of discussing bonding options, again, I think we do some work with how we could do all of these kinds of things within state statute and then come back to you for some code amendments that would allow that to happen. The last one on this page relates to concept plans. I think this is one council's considered a number of times over the years. Right now, when there's a request for a rezone, we require what's called a preliminary plan to be submitted. And the preliminary plan includes, access to utilities, it includes grading, it includes, a whole variety of engineering things, which the Planning Commission and the council never look at, nor actually often the neighborhood doesn't look at. What they look at is density and design and sufficiency of the streets, architecture, right? And so one of the things we've talked about, but again, to do a subdivision and do the preliminary plan, we've been told at least that the engineering can exceed $100,000. And yet they have no indication at all as to whether they would get their rezone or not. And so they've got to go through all this process, get the preliminary plan approved, and then it goes to Planning Commission and the council. But 90% of the cost that's incurred is never considered in the decision-making process. It would be considered later, when we're actually ready to permit the development, once the zoning's been secured and the development agreement's been issued, then we'd come back and look at all that data. But we're asking them to advance all those funds, and if you say no to the rezone, then in their view, all of that's just been wasted. They put $100,000 on the com, not knowing whether or not they'd have an opportunity to get a rezone. So the idea was to create some kind of statutory or code enacted concept plan, which would focus on the things that neighborhoods and Planning Commission and Council would want to look at for a rezone. So in other words, they wouldn't necessarily have to go through the full preliminary plan process, but do a concept plan, which would be some higher level analysis, which might be a third of the cost or a quarter of the cost, just to get to a decision point. And then we can work on all the utility and grading and stormwater and all those kinds of things once the rezoning's actually been approved. Dave?
So would you consider that, what you just talked about, one of the major earth-shaking things that we might do?
It's interesting because I think it would be a significant game changer. I think it's also kind of low-hanging fruit. I mean, it's not going to take years and years to figure this out. I think we could go back and do a good analysis. Bill's already got some ideas about, when we've gone through a rezone process, go back and look at the Planning Commission minutes and the council minutes and the neighborhood chair testimony and say, okay, what were the things that we looked at and what weren't the things that we looked at, and try to figure out if we can just use the things we cared about to put in the concept plan. Bill, I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, the information that you typically include in the development agreement would be those things that would be submitted in the conceptual plan. We're actually working on that legislation right now, and we would have something to bring to the Planning Commission, I would think, within 30 days. I think the development community would consider this a major step in their direction of trying to be perceived as more development projects.
May I say something? And somewhere in all of your plans has to be an earlier notification of the public in the neighborhood. And it needs to be included in part of the things. If you're going to have that kind of concept plan, then the neighborhood has to be notified earlier. And there isn't anything that I've seen.
Right. Yeah, and I agree with you, Melanie. We talked with some neighborhood chairs, but this was not, the task for the council was to make it all more transparent and predictable for the development community. We fully expect we're going to have to go through that process and define what will work best for the neighborhood as well. That's what wasn't what we were asked to do. So. Okay, then the last one, I think there's one more, Kelsey, but two more, okay. Consider proactive rezoning city initiated when the general plan is less restrictive than the current zoning. So a good example of that is the RC zone, where we have some commercial properties that are currently in the RC zone. And the question was raised, okay, well, the general plan says commercial, but the zone is RC, and so the general plan is actually less restrictive than the zone. Should we find some of those kinds of locations around the community and actually proactively rezone them? So take them out of the RC and put them into a commercial zone, or something like that. But try to identify places where, I mean, typically the general plan, should give you a long-term guidance for what you want to do. But if long-term guidance is actually less restrictive than what the current zone is, should we think about doing that? We heard a number of developers who came into us with, a guy who wanted to refurbish an existing commercial building and create a dentist office in a neighborhood that was in the RC zone. And we said, you can't touch a building that's in the RC zone unless you want to proactively go through the rezoning process. They said, well, why should I? It's already a commercial building. It's being used as a commercial use. I'm not changing the use. I'm just doing essentially an interior remodel. We said, but the standard of the RC zone is that you can't make building modifications without going through a rezone process. And again, it's not just the RC zone. There are other examples, but again, we got some feedback that said, this would be a really good thing if we could find some that made sense to do and to do them proactively. So again, we put that on the list because it was a recommendation that came out of the group.
I would just add that when you do a neighborhood plan, like Franklin neighborhood, there was a couple of places in there where it was a no-brainer because it had already been developed to a certain level, but it was still in some other zone. And I said, well, why aren't you recommending some zone changes at the same time as the neighborhood plan? And well, it wasn't just, I can't remember the answer, but it wasn't going to happen. They didn't feel like they wanted to really do that at the same time. But
again, I think we'd still go through the rezoning process, so there'd still be a neighborhood meeting, there'd still be planning commission hearing, there'd still be council hearing. So again, I think lots of opportunity to identify if this wasn't a great idea. I think we'd figure that out pretty early in the game. But the idea was to try to identify some of these where it seemed to make sense and then start a more proactive process to get those kinds of things cleaned up. And then finally, which is the last one, which will be another one, if you think form-based code is controversial, this one might top that. But the idea of an adequate public facilities ordinance, which basically says, and again, this is one of the things that's entering into the West Side discussion currently, that if you don't have available and adequate public facilities, then you will not rezone or you permit any construction to happen until the adequate public facilities are caught up. Now, some of these have gone so far as to create, one of our local communities in Utah has taken this kind of to the far edge of the extreme, where they've actually done a map which says if you operate within this band, you can develop anything because our facilities are adequate. We think it'll be 10 years before we get to the next ring to the outside of this area, and so we won't entertain a development application for at least that 10-year period, unless you come in with a solution that doesn't cost the city any money to upgrade the public facilities. And then the last, they have a further ring out which says we will not approve development here ever until and unless the public facilities are already in place. We don't care if you want to pay for them or not. And so again, it's probably the most restrictive case of an adequate public facilities ordinance I've seen. But just the idea of saying, well, if I don't have Collector Road built to collector standards on 1600 West, then we're not building any more subdivisions until that's done. So property owners get together if you want. You could do a special assessment district. The city could build the road, put it in the CIP and do it. But until that road is in place, we're not even consider a rezone. And so
a lot of pain for the developer.
It would, again, this is the idea of making it predictable, transparent. You're just really loud and clear. Now, that being said, you're going to have a whole bunch of farmers on the west side who have been counting on development of their property as their retirement income, who will come in and say, you mean I I gotta build a sewer line out there before you're gonna let me build. And so, I mean, expect furor when you take on something like that. But again, I think this was again, one of those concepts developers said, you know, if we don't know what your standard is, we don't know how to plan our development process. We don't know that we shouldn't go option a piece of property that's zoned for, you know, it's in the general plan for residential, but it's not zoned and you don't have a wide enough street. And so, you know, we don't know that we shouldn't go option that property. We should use our money and go buy something else. So yeah, that was the last of the conclusions that the committee reached and prepared to make a recommendation to council on. So that's in a nutshell. It's a really big nutshell, but long nutshell. But that's kind of where we've been and where we landed up to this point.
May I just put a tiny little end on this? As I've listened to this and I've watched this committee function, there's lots of people that should be thanked and acknowledged. Councilman Sewell for approaching us the right way so that we were receptive and not resistive of it. Thank you. Wayne for jumping right in and accepting the challenge and bringing his vast expertise to the committee.
We had a great team.
And the team, both inside and out, who jumped in and helped on this. So thanks to all of you that have been involved in this.
It's a good process.
I neglected to mention that Dave Harding did connect about this committee right along with
Councilmember Van Buren was there a few times as well and gave us some really good feedback.
As you recall, looking through that chart, there's a number of items on there that call for a council retreat anywhere
Like about
from
4
November.
Or 4 retreats.
Anywhere from November to January, basically. Looking at that, we're probably moving it to January in terms of our preparations for it. So just expect that that'll be coming, and depending on how many we put on a particular agenda, it could be all day, it could be half a day, a couple times. There's a lot to go over.
In January.
Yeah. Well, there's some really good, you know, when we talk about adequate public facilities or some of these other issues, there's some really good experts in the state, you know, who I think would be happy to come and, you know, kind of give you an outsider's perspective on how it works and how it could be implemented effectively and answer a lot of questions. So some research we can do, some the council staff will do, and might bring in some outside experts as well.
2 points. The last one here with adequate public facilities, we're actually kind of out of level on the west side where I believe that everyone's being told it's like 4 units for the acre. And so they come in and they are proposing things that meet are generally within the 4 units per acre. And that is based on our facilities and limitations with our sewer. But the whole idea of timing and sequencing that's just a planning principle that if you ignore that, you do end up with problems.
Historically, there's been a lot of leapfrog development. You know, we would kind of consider that you'll build the outside subdivision first, and then you've got this big gap of utility infrastructure that you have to move from one place to another. We really don't have a good way of, you know, assessing adjoining property owners or future developers to contribute back to that system. But there's just a whole lot of issues around this question of how do you time sequence development, how do you align your capital improvement plan with your development vision. Just a lot of work still to do there.
The other question I had was, as we're growing on the west side, we're seeing right now in Lakewood neighborhood, the expectations of the public are not being fulfilled based on various circumstances. There were presentations either by developers or by staff as we envision the west side, and the public, when they hear something like there's going to be a trail or there's going to be a certain solution for water, they think it's going to happen. And when it doesn't happen, they're very upset, as you know, and the trust levels go down lower than ever. At a recent neighborhood meeting, that one of the public was so upset about what was promised and not delivered that they said everyone's on the take, including our neighborhood chair. And I thought, oh boy. It really got ugly fast. So you also mentioned that if the city is partly at fault, we help solve the problem, and I know that's happening out in Lakewood right now. I don't know all the ins and outs and whether we ought to talk about that in a further meeting of the development process. Because you brought up the other issue, how do we, it's one thing to work with developers and they feel like, hey, we're more friendly and predictable, but how about the public? So that when something's done, they go, well, that was predictable. We got what we thought we'd get.
Yes.
And I think this is a little bit to Melanie's point. There is another piece of this, which is the neighborhood side of it. And I think, reading between the lines of some of the things you're talking about, one of the things that happens is, as this goes through a process, it goes to planning commission, and the developer might throw out, well, I could do this. And it comes to council, and the developer might say, I could do this. Frequently, those are all interpreted as promises. And the public only sees that little piece of the meeting, and they don't see the whole thing come together, where some of those things are eliminated, and some of them are accepted, and some of them are put into development agreement, and some of them are not. And I'm fighting this battle right now in a number of neighborhoods with promises. And we were promised this would always be a park. And the public just gloms onto these tiny little comments or statements or anything like that, and they become a promise. So I think as we go through that neighborhood piece of it, it would be good to kind of clarify expectations and when something truly does become a promise or a commitment on the part of the city.
And I think that's why we've come to rely on development agreements, because we want to ensure that there are certain features that or certain things that do happen. And, if we did move to a more form-based code, I don't know if that resolves that, or if it's still.
Good discussion, but, right. But it's
There
even in
are some
development agreements.
expectations, and it's good to know at the end of the day what was agreed upon, and to have that.
These things
be
are thrown out
to-
all along the process. We could do this, or we could do that, or we could solve that problem by doing this. And then some of those are left and forgotten. But if you were in that meeting and you heard that, then you're assuming that's been promised.
And we'll be talking about public engagement, our option for peak democracy. That would be part of that process, would be to then circle back with our constituents and tell them how it ended up, and being able to relay that, I think, will become very important so that they know what to expect. As the decision is made, they understand what was realized, right?
I appreciate all of the comments, and then I'm biting my tongue a little bit from the beginning of the presentation. I think one of the difficulties is often we put a lot of weight into, well, what does the neighborhood think? How much opposition was there? Was there opposition? What was the vote? And when these things are thrown out, the residents say, well, we hear about this. The developer says, well, I could do that. The neighborhood votes, okay, well, if that sounds good to us, and then it gets approved, kind of based on some of those promises, but they don't get put into development agreements for whatever reason, and they don't get delivered upon. Now the residents say, I supported this because of these things, and now that it's delivered, we don't have any of them, and that does decrease the trust a lot. Just still out of my train of thought, but I know this process was underway before we finalized our 9 priorities and wrote that, but I do think that this process was informed a little bit by our priority to improve the development approval process. A couple sentences from here, in the relationship to core values and goals, it says, an efficient and effective development approval process can attract high quality developments and partners in achieving our vision, as well as protect Provo and her residents from low quality developments that do not lead us closer to realizing our vision.
the first desired outcome, a process which quickly approves high-quality proposals that align with the city's vision and quickly denies other proposals and is robust enough to differentiate between those types. From my perspective, I want to improve the development approval process, not to make things easier on developers, not to my end goal is to improve the process so that we get a better outcome for our residents and get closer to the goals of Provo. And it talks about this in here as well, that we depend on developers as partners to create our built environment. And so I think we need to have that transparency. We need Provo to be an attractive place to build and to develop. Otherwise, we're not going to get any good developers, any good developments coming in. So we need them, and we need to partner with good developers, but not to make things easy for developers, but understanding that that's the process, that's the partnerships that we need to have in order to get what we want in order to provide high quality of life for our residents. And so, it's been said, well, the objective was to make it more efficient, more transparent, easier on the developer. And I know, I'm not saying that we ever said, oh, well, we're gonna focus on that, or we're going to prioritize that over, the concerns of our residents. But I do feel like often throughout the process, our focus became, our focus was on how do we make this easier on the developer, not necessarily is this going to make it, is this going to get us to the end goal of having, again, a process that quickly differentiates, is robust enough to be able to differentiate between the high quality aligned, things that are aligned with the vision and things that are not, and be transparent and predictable so people know that, hey, if I propose this, it's going to be rejected quickly. But if I propose this, it's going to be accepted quickly. But I agree with Melanie, and I do think there are some holes in here, or we do need to circle back around and make sure that any of these proposals, we look at all of these proposals from the point of view is this providing enough protection of our residents? Is this getting us what we want from the residents' perspective, from the community's perspective, and not necessarily just from the developer's perspective? And I can't remember what the other thing was, so I'll end now, but yeah.
I would just like to add that when we get to the next level in this process of seeing how it's going to work better with the public so that they feel it's also transparent, predictable, and it improves their quality of life, and that it is a partnership like you're talking about. If we bring in neighborhood chairs and say, well, what happened? There was a problem, what do you recommend? This is what we did with the developers, trying to find the root of the problem and find a solution. And I would like to think that when we bring in the public, that we will listen to them just as intently to try to find out what's going on and how we can make it better. It's almost like working with different kids and have different needs, and you give them your full attention. So this is just the beginning, and I like your comments.
I like your comment too. I just had an observation. I've noticed that when a pro process results in a developer pouring in a lot of time and a lot of money before they get their answer, there's some momentum that kind of builds up there, and there's a lot of pressure. Yeah, a lot of pressure, and then sometimes you get it whether you want it or not, so.
It almost feels an obligation because they've made them jump through so many hoops, and they jump through all those hoops, spending money all along the way. And now we don't like it, but we feel bad for them.
Exactly.
Well, I think it's fair to say too that there have been some developments that were were a good development, but they had things added upon them as they went, and they ended up not needing to do it, and we got a lesser development in place of that. And so I think it behooves us to make sure that the process is unpredictable, at least, for developers, so they understand what they're up against, up front, and they understand what their costs are gonna be and what the process is gonna be, and they can make that predictable. I think that's a big part of it.
And then I remember a couple of things. I really appreciated something the mayor said, I think it was a couple months ago, when we were talking about part of this is the whole proactive zoning and some of these things. But he said if we can identify what the important aspects, we're requesting a whole bunch of things, but usually it's 2 or 3 things that is that if our approval depends on a couple of these aspects, and we need to identify what those things are, so they don't have to work, as Wayne was talking about earlier, they don't have to work on the 90% that we aren't in a way to make our decisions. But these 2 or 3 key things that really matter, those are the things we need to have them put their effort into, and the things that we need to track and make sure that they deliver on. And I think that kind of gets what Mr. Connect was getting at with the residents who felt like they were on something, and maybe the development was 90% what was promised, but that 10% was what they really cared about. And so I think whether we move towards form-based code or whatever, I think we need to be efficient and stress the things that matter, or don't stress, or don't put the time into things that don't matter. The other thing is I was more involved with this committee before the West Side Planning Committee was put together, but in talking to many people, this came from multiple, there seemed to be 3 kind of overriding issues. There was concern that community development, there were bottlenecks there, and because of staffing, they had to be very careful, because if you made someone, mad, and then, you could have consequences afterwards, and just kind of not sure that you could get the projects through as quickly with the current staffing levels. There was concern that, items would come up later on, or identified needed to be fixed later on when they were far more costly, that could have been identified earlier. And there was concern that because there was no cost to the staff, no cost to the city, no cost to the reviewers of catching things later, then there's no incentive. So they would do a partial review because they can always catch things later. And then the third thing, I think maybe came out more from the council than others, which was the very first council meeting that I was a part of at the beginning of this year. A number of us commented that we felt like the process that had gotten us to that point had some problems with it, and we wanted to see if we could address those. And I think with the proposals over here, I think the first 2 are addressed quite well. We've got not the contingency, but the succession plan, I think can help with the one. I think the possible cost sharing, and maybe I think the cost sharing will address the other. And I think potentially the concept plan may start to address the third. But I think that third one majority of the focus seemed to be post council approval of the rezone, and not as much focus was on the process that gets us to that point. And so, and then again, I took a step away, so I wasn't really able to push for that towards the end. But for myself, I still feel like we could focus on the pre-rezone process and the general plan approval process, and look at how things go through the neighborhood and go through the planning commission, and what are things that are okay to change between the planning commission and the council? And when does that need to go back before the neighborhood or the planning commission to see if that changes, whether they support it or not? Thanks.
So you said a full day for a retreat to discuss.
I think we have to sit down and figure out what to cover and how long it'll take, but it could be as long as a day, I think.
Okay, so I think if we could have staff, just once you know the time frame, and from Mr. Parker, when you know the time frame that you need, we can send out a doodle poll and figure out a few days that may work, just to kind of get the impulse of the council. Is it better to do it on an off Tuesday? Like the first or third Tuesdays, and have that be a full day for a retreat, or does it really matter the days for you? Should we just send out a few options and have everybody weigh in? Tuesday's easier because you have council Tuesdays scheduled, already, or other days?
Depends on how many committee meetings are stacked up on that.
Okay, yeah. Should we send out a doodle poll now with a few
It's all
options?
something under this day. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and we'll work with the mayor's staff and we'll try and figure out where we're at, and then hopefully in the next couple of weeks, start looking at scheduling that for you. And hopefully plenty of time in advance so you can work it out.
Right, and given Mr. Van Buren's comment, would it be better to do a couple of evenings, something where it's not cutting into the workday? We haven't done that. I mean, we've typically, done it during work hours. I'm sensitive to that. So could split it up and do a couple of evenings.
It might be
And what about, I guess, city staff
I don't
too?
think it's a big deal. I would actually say the council members' times are probably more significant, but you are pulling in staff on evenings. And my experience is they're happy to do it as long as we don't overdo it.
Yeah.
But it is something to keep in mind.
Okay, good point.
And evenings, maybe just as hard to schedule as time to throw in everything else.
And so can't cut into family time. That's what people are doing outside work, whatever. Outside.
Okay, so the
From
schedule
1
is clear,
a.m.
but
to
now.
6 a.m.
Good with that.
And 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. That's what we're hearing from everybody. Except for maybe going to
exercise.
office.
I was gonna say, don't mess up the exercise.
Yeah. Okay, we'll avoid his grooming time. And
It takes me a long while to get this handsome human.
That's right. Okay.
Just a question, this is such a big project, should we do this in 2 bites maybe? Like pick the couple that we think give the most bang for the buck, maybe do a half-day retreat and then another one?
We could do that. We also have another topic. The parking topic is going to be kind of retreat type.
Parking's already scheduled for November,
Yeah.
so that's
So
coming
that
up.
one. But yeah, so we have, I'm going to say we have a few retreats. If we do this in 2 parts, and I'm open to whatever's best for you. I was just trying to get a feel for what works, for the majority. But we can throw out a doodle poll with different options, and you can just respond to that if that's easier. Okay.
Just the final comment from Janelle.
I'm writing.
Some of these things have been talked about and complained about for ever, it seems, including the one about making it more of a concept plan that's less expensive. And there's so much on here that I would almost say it was epic.
That's a high bar.
Dave, I'll call you to the office and we'll have a chat.
Harold banned that word. But it has been a while. Maybe it's time to pull it out.
Oh, I have all kinds of ideas if you want me to have ideas. I can do it Dave.
Okay, we'll just wait to hear. Maybe we can circle up in leadership and decide, how much time you need, and we'll send it to the poll. get everybody's schedules. Okay, well, thank you. Thanks to the committee, thanks to Mr. Parker for the time you put into this.
We have the Public Works and Community Development and Economic Development, and Redevelopment will lead us through the whole process. So we had a great group working on it.
It sounds like it was an excellent process and a lot of involvement from everybody. So I appreciate you all. Thank you. The next item of business is a discussion regarding the policy development of Vision 2050 plan, and this will be presented by Mr. Provo.
So I met with council staff and members of the city council on the governance committee. Is that the name of the committee, Mr. Winterton? And we talked about how to proceed forward with the 2030 plan, which is to become the 2050 plan, and the incorporation of that into the general plan. And what we thought might be a good way to proceed would be that we have 3 upcoming study sessions to talk about the various chapters of the 2050 plan. The first of those study sessions would be on November 1st, and we would suggest discussing sections 1, 2, and 9. That's section 1 is family and neighborhood, section 2 is land use and growth, and section 9 is transportation and mobility. Those are the 3 topics that we seem to receive the most public input on, and thought they would be best to be clustered together. The objective would be to have the council have sufficient time to review those chapters in some detail, so that we could go through those, really goal by goal, objective by objective, to see if there should be any amendment to those. In the next meeting, that would be in November, we would put together chapters or sections 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that's parks and recreation, natural resources, heritage, and prosperity. And then in the last meeting, study session, we would do public and nonprofit partnerships, 7, 8, 10, and 11. Public and nonprofit partnerships, public safety, diversity and unity, and governance. And the idea was to put the schedule out there far enough in advance that the council would have time to go through those sections prior to the study session, and that any members of the committees that updated these that could be available could be there in the study session meetings. So that if a question was asked about land use and growth, why did you want to go in this direction? Why did you make that change? Or why did you suggest this or that? There would be somebody there from that committee who could help explain what the rationale was. So that's how we were thinking. That's the direction we wanted to go. And I think we're just here to see if that seems appropriate to the entire council.
Would you, I think it's important for us to review quickly the process that we began, how it began, because we've involved so many committees and we've involved neighborhoods. And would you just go through that process that we've done so far?
So when we decided to update the plan, we sent the individual sections or chapters back to existing city boards or commissions that would seem to have input on those sections. Like the Heritage section went to the Landmarks Commission. Land Use and Growth went to the Planning Commission. Family and Neighborhoods went to the neighborhood chairs. After those boards and commissions gave their input, we then scheduled 4 public meetings based on city council recommendation, 4 open houses around different parts of the city. And we've held those meetings and we've taken that input. All of that has now been incorporated into what is now on the website and has been on the website for a couple of weeks to have the public have another opportunity to review. We were anticipating we would have at least 30 days of that public review before we get to your first meeting on November 1st. In fact, we'd end up with about between 5 and 6 weeks of public review by the time that comes out.
And I noticed that you sent out that we all got hard copies of the provisions and changes. Would you explain those color coding for that? Yes, just so they remember that the black is the general plan, the red was 20.
The black is 2030.
2030, the red
is language directly from the general plans, goals, and policies.
That's
what we were going to incorporate, because remember, all this is supposed to become chapter 1 of the updated general plan. So it incorporates 2050 goals and objectives with existing general plan goals and objectives. So general plan goals and objectives are in red. And then what's highlighted in yellow are comments that came from either the updating committees or from the public as we went through this process I've just described.
And I comment on those neighborhood meetings. I think we originally scheduled 5, and one of them kind of the first one kind of went by the way, but the others actually were attended quite well, I think. I think we had between 20 and 30 people attending most of those other meetings, I thought. And I thought they gave some pretty good input. There was one section that you mentioned, Bill, that was a little bit conflicting, and that had something to do with the west side, because we had so many issues that you did not throw a lot of changes in there with regard to the west side. Is that correct?
Well, there is one where a recommendation was made that the plan be more, give a strong recommendation about preservation of agricultural land on the west side. And that is new, both to 2030 and to the general plan. So I flag that as that's a discussion that the city council should have.
And we are doing that right now.
As part of this update, that would be part of your discussion. So when we get to that section of this review, that would be an issue that I would hope that you would discuss and give us that feedback.
How did you decide which public comments to include or not include? What was the?
I've kept record of all of them. All the public comment we received, I've got. The only ones I didn't is if the question seemed rhetorical or was answered somewhere else in the plan, I just made contact with the person and explained that situation. If the comment was very much at odds with the direction we're already going, I tried to flag that, and we'll talk about those as those come up. Otherwise, I tried to incorporate as many as I could. I thought, for the most part, they were good comments. In some cases, especially with the comments we received from the north neighborhoods that was held in the Pleasant View area, their comments had largely to do with formatting, and that's not really a goal. It's so specific on being objective. So put that with these objectives over there and reformat. And I think I took every one of their suggestions, but it had more to do with formatting and layout than did content.
So one of the things I noticed is you sit down and compare a copy of the 2030 to the 2050. This was in section 4.7, having to do with energy policies, and I'm sure it's true in other parts of the document. You sit them next to each other, that's the only way you can see that some things that were in 2030 are no longer in 2050. It's not, I mean, I'm used to documents where what is removed is lined out.
I can give that to you. I have past versions of everything we've done. When I made this latest version, I took that out because I thought it was just too much and confusing, especially to post on the website. So, but I've got previous versions that have got all of that. So if you would like to see a past version that has strikeouts and red language and that type of thing, I can certainly forward that to you.
And in some cases, there was a goal that was still there number-wise, but it was a completely different goal. And I'm going, wow, that just completely changed. So
that surprises me. We'd have to take a look at that. But I can certainly send you the previous. I mean, yeah, you can come look at the file and all the versions we have of 2050. I think we're now on 2050 version 6.
Notice on page 20 as well as page 6 has some strikeouts. So at least some of the strikeouts are here. And I also think it's helpful, kind of starting with the idea of, 2030 was developed. I know the process. I know it was adopted by the council, and so I don't know if I necessarily need to see every revision, but a comparison of the current version to the original version, I think would be helpful to know, because I can see, oh, hey, this was added, and I can, ask myself, is that a good addition? But I don't necessarily know what was taken out. So
I think it'd be probably good for even the public to have access, options. They can either read a clean copy or they can read a marked up copy that shows all the changes. My bigger question is the highlighted things that came from the boards as well as the open houses. Were any of these shown at the open houses? Any of the sections highlighted in yellow?
No, because at the time, what the neighborhoods saw, what the open houses saw was the input from the boards and commissions. What's in yellow is now in addition to that.
Okay. Okay.
So
I.
you might remember seeing a previous version where what the boards and commissions suggested was in blue. What came from the general plan was in red. That was the last version you all got to review. What was in blue came from both boards and commissions. What was in red came from the general plan. That's what the open houses saw.
Okay. I don't recall this. Did I just miss that? Do we recall the blue?
I thought we had a study session where I presented this.
Maybe it was the governance policy committee, but I thought we saw that in council also.
Does that sound familiar to anybody?
No, so you sent us, we got by email, we got the 2050, the revised version of 2050 by email. And I started looking through it, and it was definitely a rough draft because of some funny language on some of the pages. And just comments that I know weren't going to stay there. And then you sent us the printed version, but I don't think we've had a discussion here about this, the final that you have.
But that is the version that went to the open houses?
Yes.
So, and is that the
So
one?
that's not the latest.
Okay.
So the latest one, incorporates all the red language and makes it, all the blue language and makes it black.
Yeah.
And then the highlight just what came from the neighborhoods.
But we haven't had that discussion here. Is that
About the blue language?
About the blue?
I thought you did, so.
So my impression was, when we first started talking about this, we laid out kind of a roadmap of different sections we're going to, different groups, whatever. And then I remember Karen posted something, and I was really excited, very anxious to see, like, okay, what new directions are we going, what's proposed, whatever. And when I read through it, it only had red on it. And I was told that these were just things that were taken out of the general plan and put in. And I thought that was also what the open houses, and I was calling it 2050, but in open houses it was like, oh well, this is 2030, and I thought we were revising. I thought we were taking it to the next, updating it, where all it looked like was just to kind of align or pull aspects out of the general plan that weren't already in here. And again, it was called 2030, and so I was under the impression everything that we were reading, because there was no blue in the open houses, it was just red, and I thought the only difference was that was coming out. So to me, at least, and maybe I wasn't paying attention, but to me, at least, today is the first time that because I was going to ask today, like, what happened to these boards and commissions that were going to look at it? Because I thought that step we chose just to like hop over it. So
no, I'd be happy to forward this to you. You'll see in some chapters, like 3 recreation, there's a lot of changes. They made a lot of changes.
Okay, and that was shown in the open houses?
Yes.
Great, good. I'm glad, I thought that had been missed, and I was not thrilled that it had been skipped over, but so I'm glad that was part of that.
Chapter 6 prosperity was completely rewritten. It's much different from the 2030 document.
Good, wonderful, okay.
So I'll forward you this document. Is there anything else that you would like?
The red line version, so we can see how it's changed from the original.
Okay.
If you have one, you have 6 iterations.
Yes.
Is there?
This plan that I'll send you has the strikeouts of old language, blue language for new wording, and red from the general plan.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought we got over that. I apologize.
But you sent us a hard copy of Vision 2050.
That's a week ago or 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, just, I don't know, a week or two.
Well, that copy would have been
Before that.
4
This is
months,
before
3
that,
months.
yeah.
And I don't recall ever seeing that.
It was clear from the minutes from the agendas and that the last time the work session council considered 2050 was in May.
But I don't have anything in here to suggest that that document was shared.
So once you receive this, does that schedule sound legitimate to go forward on November 1st with the review of those first 3 sections or chapters?
I think it sounds like a good process to break it up so that we can really focus, it's hard to focus on the entire document once, but I think that's a good idea. Break it up into smaller pieces and be able to really focus in on a few at a time.
Will we have that at an online location that the general public can access with the blue?
Sure.
Okay, because I mean, I appreciated the open houses, but I almost felt as I was attending them, not realizing that some of the actual vision had changed, not just adding parts out of the general plan. I kind of was feeling like, that wasn't the time to go out to the public, because but now knowing that stuff was in there, that's good. I'm glad they had an opportunity, but I at least would like to see what I can do to get people aware that it is open for public review, that this is a really important deal, and things have changed since it was last approved, and they really need to weigh in on that. So I don't know if the city can help with that effort as well. Just let people know that that this is a true update to the vision, and we need to make sure that this is the community's that the community is okay with this update.
All right. Very good.
And I should clarify, now that I'm thinking about it, it was the Southwest Neighborhood Plan that I was looking at that was a draft. It wasn't the Vision 2050. Anyway, it was the Southwest Neighborhood. And you probably know what I'm talking about with that one, because it's in very rough draft form. So anyway, I apologize for mixing this two up.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so the next item of business is a discussion. Oh, you know what? Let's take a break. Should we take a 10-minute break and then come back? Thanks.
Mayor, how often does the management group hear? How often the management group, the one we had this morning?
Monthly.
Monthly, okay.
So on the first council meeting of the month, it's just directors. The second-
When you call department director meeting? Okay.
So you want to be on next month or next week?
The next one, the first. That's when you said we should talk about, right? Or is it?
I'm okay either way. I think that we
We just want to get the message out.
can go in 2 weeks with the directors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do it in a minute.
I was just gonna say, thanks.
Both of these items at some point, right? Yes or no, this one. So at some point, we need to do us a little bit
The next item for discussion is item number 4, which is discussion on finalizing the name for the new civic engagement tool. And this will be introduced by Clerk Wagner, Executive Secretary.
Am I up?
Yep, you're up.
Okay. So, council, 2 weeks ago, we met and we talked about the public engagement tool, and we're bringing that resolution that authorizes the chair to sign the agreement, and we're bringing, and with that, an appropriation for the funding of this product to you. That comes tonight. Right now, we wanted to share with you a draft policy statement that we've been working on with various people. And there's 2 issues here for you to consider. One is what to call the program, and the other is that if you're in favor of the policy as it's drafted, to perhaps approve it by a motion. In any case, the common name that's been used by Peak Democracy's clients is often some version of open town hall. There's been other options used. I can't name any of them at the moment, but we were looking at some creative ways of using this tool to reach out to the public here. And at council leadership last week, the suggestion was made to call it council conversations. And so we've stuck that in here for your discussion. At least one council member had wanted to discuss it. In terms of the policy statement, I hope you've all had a chance to see it before. We made a couple minor changes yesterday. The minor change that we made is the 3rd bullet, where we defined the goal of the program is to provide a friendly medium where council members and local citizenry can engage in policy discussion. Overall, the policy is designed to just give us some guidance on how we put a topic on, who approves it, and then toward the back of the policy, we discuss some of the things we're looking at in terms of how we structure the topic that we put out there. there's a number of different ways to present a topic, whether it be by some kind of poll or some kind of blog. There's one of the documents that's in your packet for tonight is the, I don't think what it's called now. It's part of the contract. It's another policy document, but it's the one that came from Peak Democracy, and it describes some of the tools that we can use. This document we would use as our internal guiding process of how to use the program. That's all I have unless you have questions.
The other documents are agreement, is our actual agreement.
This is not part of the agreement.
Right, the other document here.
The other
is our
documents.
actual agreement.
Yeah. So if you have any questions, if you have any discussions that you'd like to make, it's up to you.
One thing that I thought of was under the grandma section, where it says that Peak Democracy has sole possession of names, home addresses, and email addresses of people who post comments on the online product. I wondered if we're building a database of emails, isn't it wise for us to have access to those?
I think we have
are,
access to it, but in terms of a grandma request, the company itself controls those names on the system, and we have full access to them, but for some reason there's some benefit from a grandma basis to leave that ownership with them.
So say they, for whatever reason, they are no longer our providers, we are going a different direction or whatever the case may be, and we want access to that email database.
We can download.
Do we have access to that if it's under their sole possession? With
Well,
the wording that's here?
Remember that that's in a policy document, so that's an assertion on my part that it's in their sole possession. There's nothing in the contract that says we can't have it.
Okay.
But because they're maintaining it for us, it's their record.
Okay.
I think it's a conversation we have to have with them, but my suspicion is that if we got to a point where we were ready to go a different way and we asked them, can you turn that database over to us, that they'd probably be willing to do so.
That is correct. We can download anything we want from our participation in it and have that record. We could do it annually, monthly if we wanted to. It's just simpler to have it on their system and leave it there. But if we were to terminate the contract, it would make sense for us to download absolutely everything we could and then maintain it on our servers as a record.
Just had a thought, when we get this going and people want to interact, interesting is they go to comment, and if there was a pop-up question, would you like to be on the council email list or your neighborhood chair's email list? And they get to then say, oh yeah, that'd be good, and click right on, and before they go to comment, kind of a gatekeeper.
Well, and maybe when they actually subscribe, when they have to give their information, their identifying information to subscribe, at that point, they can have an option to sign up for whatever they're interested in.
We intend to do that because it would be nice to have a distribution list that's useful to us to work with.
So that's another way we would maintain that list. I just don't want to lose contact with these people as we're building up engagement and interest. You just would hate to somehow not have access to them, for whatever reason, so.
Right. We just need to be proactive that at such time, if and when, and usually it's a when at some point, right? If we did choose to terminate the arrangement we have with them, we download everything we can because we have that right.
And I see this being a long-term tool. I see this being a great tool for a very long time. That was just the one thing that I thought. I want to make sure that we at least have access to our constituents that they've been able to get to engage to that point. So.
Right.
Mr. Hardy?
I just wanted to make a comment since one of the factors in recommending Peak Democracy's product was that they promised to make the data available to us in perpetuity. So it's not just when the contract ends. So that's one of the major advantages. We just don't want requests for private information like that to be our responsibility while we're using it. So it would go to peak democracy instead.
And they do this with a lot of cities, so they're pretty used to the grandma concept, and how to work with it.
You know, with Provo 360, we're talking about a single login to access all of these things. When Provo 360 comes online, will a single login work with the other things as well as?
That's our understanding. It's a while before we get there with that.
Any other questions or comments? Again, just
Just speaking specifically about the name, I'm just thinking back 10 years ago when I first moved into the city, when there were concerns or whatever. I don't know if I really differentiated between the administration or different departments or the council. It was just, oh, I need to do this for the city, or I need to bring this concern up to the city. I'm wondering if I'm wondering if we want to look at this as a tool for our residents to communicate with the city, including the council, and anything that has to do with policy and projects. We would want to engage them through this. I imagine a lot of the issues that we see here on council and work meeting and council meeting, we'll see it for 2 weeks, and the administration sees it for a year or more before it gets to us. And so I'm wondering if we want to bring people in early, does it make sense to look at this as a city tool that we invite department heads or their designees to fill in the information on these projects months before it gets to the council. So and I don't imagine this would be necessarily like a place where announcements for the upcoming rooftop concert would be put on, but say like Provo 360, it's now something that we've already voted on, yet it's something that's going to impact our residents. And so we might have Provo 360, a section on Provo 360, what it is and what would people like to see come from that. And so I'm just wondering if we should, I guess, looking at the scope of this, the goal of council conversation is to provide a friendly meeting where council members and citizens engage in a policy discussion. What about department heads? I mean, is there a place for a broader discussion than just?
Well, I suggested putting that part in because I think it was a given. This is why we're putting this whole thing in, but it wasn't listed anywhere in the document that this is a sort of a way where council members can engage the public in an online forum that has some controls in place where it can remain civil and it can be, a really good policy discussion. And so I actually asked to add that part in just because it's a given for us, but I don't know if it'll be a given for future councils that was what we were hoping to do at this time. And that's just a piece of what we would be doing. The other department heads and the departments would be involved. We would be collaborating with them to get information because we'll be putting information on the site as we go, and there's a part in our policy that talks about how it's not all going to be refined and perfect. We're going to be gathering information and putting it there as we go so that our constituents can learn about a topic as we are too. And then at the end, we would have sort of a final statement where we would respond back to our constituents and say, look, these comments that you made were presented to the council on this date, and for consideration, this was the outcome of the decision, so that there's feedback, because I don't think that like we talked about earlier today, sometimes our constituents don't get feedback on what actually was decided, what happened, how is this going to roll forward. And so I think there's going to be a lot of collaboration. I think this is kind of a specific place where people can come gather information about what the council is looking at and have those discussions with us beforehand. And then we can respond back to them and say, this is what happened. It's just a tool for us to be able to engage them in the policy discussion and then
help them understand how something's going, so.
Couple clarifications. One is it's not a place for us to make announcements. There's other vehicles for that. But we're anticipating a 2 to 3 month lead time. Conceptually, we were talking the other day about 2 months. Once we have an idea of what we want to do, create the topic, we get it up, get it on, have it on for at least a month if we can. And all that's going to require in terms of preparation for that, an active and ongoing collaboration and communication with the administration and the department heads in terms of what topics and what information we need to get it out there. And that's kind of the view we're thinking, is that we're going to have to be actively working with the administration on what information, what programs, what issues are they bringing to the council in the upcoming months, and how can we take some of that information and put it out there and gather feedback from the residents.
So just philosophically, it seems like there's kind of two different approaches we could take with the tool. One would be, if it's a city tool and the administration wanted to use it, I'm not sure if they would, because they've got so many tools available right now, but then we could have sort of a, I don't know, administrative topic section and maybe a legislative topic section. Or if the administration already has adequate tools, or tools that they prefer, let's put it that way, then it looks like the approach that's being suggested here is this is more focused on legislative issues. So I don't know, what has the administration thought about this much or even looked at this tool very much?
I personally haven't. I think it's any effort of citizen engagement is worth pursuing. And they all have different fruit, right? I mean, some of the tools we have will be very profitable for a while and fade out, and some of them continue to be really good. And so I think as the council pursues this path, it'll be very interesting to see where it goes. And I think you'll find us very anxious to jump on board if there's an opportunity to promote a city initiative or something in the city. And just as we would welcome you to hop on board some of our tools as well. And so I think we'll anxious to see how it goes, and you'll see us cheering for you and supportive of it.
Just a quick follow-up. So does the name Council Conversations, does that inhibit?
Well, I think you're clearly branding it, right, for what it is, but that's, I think, what you want it to be. So I think it's probably the right brand. And it probably will tend to gear it obviously more towards the council than the administration, and that's okay.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments, because it's kind of a philosophical, how do we want to approach this? I like to think in concrete, and so I've thrown out a couple ideas or examples, but maybe like, I wasn't on the council at the time, but the towing issues have been, it seemed like that kind of came more through the administration. At some point it needed to come to the council, and some decisions, I think some policies were put in place by the council, but it was mostly an administrative driven topic, and it probably was around for more than a couple months before the council had the opportunity to weigh in. I almost prefer to see a one-stop shop, a single place that residents go when they want to weigh in on things like whatever's happening, maybe it solar charges or towing or whatever. Is a place that they go, and they don't have to decide, they don't have to know beforehand, like, oh, is this an administrative thing or is this a policy legislative thing? And so I think something like, they have open town hall. I almost think like an online town hall where people know that if it has to do with the city, if it's these policy things for the city, if I would go down physically to City Hall, well, I can also get online and go to the online City Hall or online town hall. And so I guess, I don't know, for me, I prefer the option of a city tool, a one-stop shop for all things, whether it's about to be on the council docket or not. So
I think it's probably helpful to understand how this even originated, because When Mr. Sewell and I came on the council with Mr. Hales, the council didn't have a social media presence. In fact, in one of the meetings at the time when it was brought up, they're just like, "Oh, just go to the mayor's blog, just go to," because he has a great presence. He's done a great job with the social media side of things, and being able to reach out. And we felt like, the council needs that opportunity too. We need to be able to have conversations that are more policy discussions, maybe not, announcements or different things that fall under the mayor's purview, that are more council driven. And we've just found that the current social media platforms were not always the best medium for having good discussion. And so that's why we started policy lunches. We're like, let's meet people face to face. Let's have these discussions face to face, because it seems way more civil and way more friendly to meet with people face to face. But we recognize that not everyone can meet face to face. They have lives, and they can't just drop everything for lunch and come visit with us. And they do, those that can and are interested in in a topic come, and which has been very helpful. It's been great, I think. And but this is an opportunity for council members to actually have those conversations and to get people up to speed before we have the conversation even. Because a lot of our time is spent just educating on the topic before we can get to the conversation. And so this was an opportunity to have a composition of all of the information that we could possibly put out on a topic, so people can kind of peruse at their own, will or desire, whatever they want to know. And then they can comment online with us, but they've already sort of self-educated. And we can have a good discussion, and it's not just trying to get them up to speed on the issue, where you're trying to do that with several people through email. This was kind of the impetus for starting something like this, where we could have a kind of a one-stop shop for council issues, where people could come, they could, and learn, and then have the discussion, and then their input comes to us, and then we can give them feedback in the end on, this is how we ended up voting on this, and your input was delivered on such and such a date. So it is council driven. This point was to give us an opportunity to have some tools for engagement. The neighborhood program's a good tool, our email list, but we realized that that's not enough information. People come to our meetings, and we feel like we have 10 articles from the paper and news reports, and there are all these things out there, but people will still come to the meeting and say, why didn't you tell us about this? And they're not hearing everything from other ways, and we just feel like this is one other tool that we can use to get information out. And it's collaborative. We can be collaborative with other departments, but it's just one tool that the council, I feel, is going to be a really important tool for the council to be able to engage with our citizens, get information to them, help them understand, get up to speed on the topic without having to do all the legwork ourselves. It's there for us. Our staff are going to be heavily involved in getting that information. And then personally, there are times when something comes up, months later, and I'm trying to remember all the details surrounding that event, and I would like to be able to go back on our own site and kind of refresh my memory on something before I respond, or before I'm going to write something. So I think it'd be helpful for us as well to have all of that as sort of like just a little database of information by topic that we can have access to. And this will be open to as many people as we want with the provo.org, email. I mean, it's open to everybody, right? So people can have access throughout the city to this, to be able to get information and to add information. So it's inclusive, but it is catered to council needs.
I agree and appreciate everything you said. I still think that a name like Online Town Hall would maybe be easier for our constituents to understand, and then could make it easier if there is a topic that the administration says, oh, hey, can we use your tool for this? Can we put this issue on, even if it's not coming to you for the next 6 months or whatever? It might make more sense then as well. But even if it's used, solely for issues before the council, eminently, I think a name like Online Town Hall, I think, is perhaps better understood by our residents. So that would be my suggestion.
And I agree with you. I think the challenge is though, what is the purpose of the tool? Focusing on what the purpose is. If the focus is on the council, I don't have a problem with it. And it depends on where we're going with this. Maybe we can try this for a while. Is there anything sacred with the name?
No, what I liked about the name is it tells people, you know, kind of what we're doing. It's a conversation with the council. They want access. They want to be able to access us, and this is the way they can access the council. It's a way that they can get here. And it's kind of an inviting thing. We're having a conversation, right? It's inviting. I don't know. I just, when this name came up, I thought it's an inviting thing. It clearly says this is, you know, what it is. It's to have a conversation with council members, with council staff. So it already, instead of saying policy, I think like policy lunch, when we decided to call it policy lunch, it wasn't because that was, you know, a great inviting name, policy lunch. I don't know that, you know, but people have got on board with it anyway. But I think council conversations, it's more inviting. It's an open invitation. Come have a conversation with us. And that's what I like about that.
I had a question that, I don't know, Wayne or the mayor, we just had an event up on campus at the Alumni House with, is it Richard Davis? And some of us went.
Civic engagement.
Office of Civic Engagement, town gown was the conversation. And I asked them, when's your next event? And it sounded like there's something coming up in the next couple of weeks or month, some forum that, I don't know if you were, or some of you, the administration, were going to be at. Does that ring a bell?
Been involved with him before,
It's,
but
it's Scott Bowles and John King and myself on the panel.
And what's the time, date on that?
I kind of see it the morning of that I'm supposed to go there and go, so I can look it up and tell you.
But it is still coming.
Yeah, it's a couple weeks ahead.
You know, I didn't want to miss that. I just wanted to get that out there. I hadn't heard of it until he mentioned it.
So as far as the policy for this topic, as far as the policy goes, as far as the name goes, is there any, I guess I was looking for, do we need a motion on this? Or
I would say if
if
there's desire to change the name of it, then give us some direction one way or the other. If there's not, then it'd be nice if this works as our initial policy statement on this, then it'd be helpful just to approve it by motion.
Is there any other concerns before we talk about this in our meeting tonight? Have that discussion here as well.
So just a question, is this kind of like the analog of the mayor's blog? I mean, if you want to talk to the mayor, I mean, that's where you go. I don't know.
Blog is not a very good two-way tool.
It's how do people communicate with you when they want to have a two-way?
A high percentage of it is emails. A lot of it's face-to-face, anything from catching me between meetings to waiting in my office until I'll meet with them. Not so much phone calls, although there is a little bit of that. So I think it's spread over. And I think part of the thing we have to realize, and this kind of came up a little bit, is people will all relate to different mediums. And we have a section of our population that just won't go electronic. They're just not going to. And so we keep doing a newsletter, even though many of our people have moved away from the newsletter. And so it really takes a whole myriad of different tools to connect with a large populace. And I think one of the problems of over-depending on one tool is then overcompensating and spending more time with a section of our constituents and missing another section.
I think, Council, if you look at this program, and Kelsey, would you toggle through this a little bit? This is a typical feed that we would have. We would have some information on it. We'd give them some facts. We'd ask for feedback. I'll scroll down.
There's actually like another one that has more feedback. You want to see that?
Yeah. So in some ways, think of it as an online public hearing for a lot of these. But there's also other ways of reaching out. You can do heat maps, you can do some surveys on here. There's some limited ability to interact, but we're gonna be able to get information that I think will help you in your decision making, especially if we get it out there early enough and get enough of a response. And part of our planning on this would be, we create the topic, we create the information around it, we put it out there, but not only do we just put it out there, we'll advertise that we've got it out there through social media and other opportunities to try and get some of that feedback. And then when you go to have your decision points along the way, we'll be able to gather this information and present it to you as council so you can make those decisions. As far as it has some blog elements to it, but it's not, but it's probably a little bit more interactive because you can get the comments, the feedback back directly and react to it.
There's a blog component to it.
So I guess I'm really kind of torn philosophically here. I really understand what both sides are saying here, but on the one hand, what Chair Santiago was talking about, I really feel, and I remember that time when we were hungry for, just didn't have a tool, to do this. It's like, I kind of like it being more focused on the council from that standpoint. Another thought is this is kind of like a precursor to council meetings, the kind of things that we're talking about here, hopefully will eventually be issues that will come before the council. But there again, the executive branch is part of those meetings too. So I don't want to be exclusive or make it appear that administration isn't or shouldn't be an important part of any discussions that go on there. So I don't even know what making this.
I think you are, because they've already told us how they feel about it.
Well, if someone wants to interact with council, one of the great things they don't understand is if we are not in charge of most of the day-to-day things. So when they come to us for the street light or the pothole or all the little things that we don't necessarily have the power to fix. And so hopefully we can have a site where they understand that if it's legislative and within the scope of what we can do, let's talk about it. Otherwise, it's 311 or it's neighborhood chair or the mayor's blog or
The department head that can resolve their issue.
Is there any other comments or desires to have something different than what we have before us? Council members, different name, different change in the policy at all?
I like the overall policy. I still think doing an online town hall would be would serve the purpose as well as give some flexibility. I get the feeling though I'm in a minority on this, but I guess we formally ask if there's anyone else who hasn't spoken up. Otherwise, I'll support that we just go forward with the proposed name. But I still think that a broader name would serve us better.
When I first heard the name, I had just a little reaction of, here's your chance to see what the council is talking about and not have conversation with the council. The saying council conversations, like, okay, these are the conversations the council are took part in. And, but that's probably, it's just looking at the conversation. It's too late. We're not inviting them to be in the conversation, but more we're sharing the conversation with them. That was a little reaction I had.
Sorry, I'm getting unusually animated about this one, but I just want to go on the record saying I like both names, so. I'll be happy either one.
And I'm not, I support it. That was just a reaction.
Yeah, could do conversations with council. I don't know if that changes it, enough, but, or if there are other things that you, if there's anybody else who felt that way when they saw it.
I kind of agree with Kay. It sounds like we're advertising something that isn't. So it's interactive, so.
It's interactive in that when we, well, we can have back and forth. They post, I think we posted one time, right? So they post, we respond, but it's not like you're gonna get into a back and forth where you spend the whole afternoon trying to, talk. Yeah, I think that's one of the things about the current forums, that are out there is you could spend an entire afternoon just trying to, with the back and forth. This gives all the information up front, and then if they still have questions, they can ask, or they can comment, and then that comes to the entire council. And it's just a way for some people who don't want to sit down and draft an email and then find all the council members, email and send it to every council member, and they can quickly comment, and not have to feel like they have to draft an email. So it really is a way for them to comment, for us to comment back to them. Council members can if they'd like to, you don't have to. Council staff will be responding. So those are just some of the tools that are available. If you read through the agreement, there are lots of tools that are available through this, and we will use all of them in some way, shape, or form. But it's more attractive than what we're doing right now. I think it's one more tool to, I should say, it's one more tool to interact a little bit better than what
If you would indulge us for 2 or 3 minutes, Karen could probably better than I can, because she's played with it more, walk you through some of the features so you get a sense. It's a tool that allows you to reach out and gather feedback. It's a conversation in some ways, but it's a limited conversation. It is about what council's talking about and what council's asking for information about. But there's lots of different aspects to it, and I'm not sure that that all of council fully understands the breadth of this tool.
Cliff, you understand that because you understand it, but when you say conversation, it talks about talking to each other. That's what conversations are. This is not conversation. This is council information and feedback. Your feedback, and it is a conversation. So the title itself does not indicate what it really is.
What would you like in place of that? What is your suggestion?
Council information and feedback. I mean, I'm not wordsmithing. I'm not good at that. I'm just saying what you come up with isn't descriptive of what it is.
The original name, well, the name that the company Peak Democracy uses generally when they market it is Open Town Hall. And the reason they use that name is it harkens back to a day when, like we have with our public hearings, our public comment periods, where people come into the town hall and they share the feedback about what council's doing and what issues they're making. The name Council Conversations came up as a branding effort and as one suggestion among many. And the direction we have is to go with that unless council feels strongly and wants to change it to something else. Probably 90% at least 90% of the examples that we've seen are either open town hall or open city hall, depending on whether they're a town or a city.
I'm okay with whatever the council wants. I'm just saying it isn't descriptive of what it is.
Sure. End of the day, we just want to know what to brand it, and so we can move forward with it. So.
We've probably gone too much time on this, so I don't know if it's something that we want to bring back another time or just want to vote on it and get it.
Since you need more conversation, I'm just going to give one more little thought. The day this replaces 3 hours of public comment in a council meeting, I will buy you all ice cream.
Deal.
Ice cream, you said?
Cake, ice cream.
How will we measure that?
Snicker bars.
I move that we accept the names proposed in council conversations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Just for clarification for Cliff, is your motion solely as to the name or the count or the name and the policy? Oh, because I think he was wanting that too.
If you change it, if you decide to change it, we will change the documents as directed and have that ready tonight. But if you want to keep it the same, all we'll do is take off the draft designation.
So the name and the policy.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second it.
Discussion? Are we just voting between two names?
Well,
Basically,
unless,
so
yeah, unless
let's
there's
give us the
other-
other name, Dave, and let's just do this one.
Well, we have a motion on the table, we have a second, so we may as well just vote on this.
I would like to
The
know-
option would be,
I was saying online town hall, but if people are more comfortable with open town hall or open city hall, probably city hall.
because we're not a town.
Open city hall. And so I'd be willing to make that as a substitute or something to substitute that name, before we vote.
Let me just throw out one more thing to come up that works. I like online city hall, by the way, if we're gonna go that direction. But do we do a Provo Pulse survey on this and see what?
This could turn into
Let's have one flag too. And branding and whatever else we can cause pain in our lives over.
I don't think it's that. I don't think we need to open it up for.
I believe that very quickly, your success and failure will be based upon the content. And that very quickly, they will adopt the name and associate it with that content. So to me, your greater risk is content and response and responding and getting a lot of people engaged. And, think about Facebook, what's that, right? I mean, they branded the name based upon the content. I personally think you're close enough on either of these names, and that your real test is going to be content and getting them engaged.
Motion, there's a second. Any discussion?
I can't remember the procedures. Can I make a substitute motion?
Yes, you can substitute
Okay,
motion.
I'd like to substitute the name online city hall for council conversations. So I'd like to amend the
It's a substitute motion.
motion.
I was going to suggest that if you, I think open works better than online. I mean, it is online, but I think when people think online, like an online city hall, they're actually thinking they can go on and do all their city services that way.
Did I say online? I meant open. Okay, so my substitute motion is to call it Open City Hall.
Is there a second for that substitute motion?
I'll second that.
There's a second, so we're voting on Open City Hall as the name. Those in favor? And those opposed? And not voting?
Vote in favor.
Oh, you voted in favor?
And
I'd
actually,
like to
I went up in favor.
So 5-2? Okay, so it carries. So Open City Hall.
Councils, if it helps, sometimes in my experience, and Wayne's probably had a lot of this too, sometimes council will agonize over some of these things, and the really huge decisions you make go very, very quickly. So this is not uncommon.
So it was to accept the policy, but it was just to substitute the name. So we vote on the policy and the name being.
Nice to see you.
So the next item of business is a discussion on a potential revolving loan fund. And this item will be introduced by Dixon Holmes, our economic development director.
Thank you, council members, administration. I actually have two guests with me today. I have Tom Christopoulos, who is the Community and Economic Development Director for Ogden City, and Michael Plaisir, who is I believe, the director of the Utah Center for Neighborhood Stabilization. And we're here to talk about the possibility of the city getting back into or having a revolving loan fund for businesses. As you'll recall, that Provo City did have a revolving loan fund through the Business Development Corporation for probably close to 20 plus years. This was money that was set aside from block grant, from a community development block grant, and the loan pool at one time was up to about $1 million. Because of some of the way the funding came to the city and some of the clarifications of guidelines from Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, the position of the person who was putting those loans together was discontinued because of the way, again, the money was, it was more for the program and not so much for the people executing the program. And not having a person doing the loan program, it's hard to develop a pipeline, and so the money was reprogrammed. I believe we're now servicing 1 or 2 loans on the revolving loan fund. But what I'd like to do is have actually give Mr. Christopoulos and Mr. Plaisir some opportunity to talk a little bit about this as part of a statewide program. Ultimately, the city would not be putting any of our money into the loan program, but we would have a bit of a loss leader, and I'll have them explain that on a loan reserve, how that would work. But I'd like to have both of them come up now and introduce themselves, and then have a brief conversation with the council.
This may be very brief, since my PowerPoint isn't working. As Dixon said, I'm Tom Christopoulos. I'm the Community and Economic Development Director for Ogden City. I'm here more as the economic development portion of my job title, and my work as economic development over the past decade, or actually now 17 years. Part of what we'll talk about in creating a revolving loan fund statewide is a statewide loan fund that has local control. And our desire for that is because what we found out, we've been running a loan fund in Ogden City. It has about a $3 million balance that is locally, but it's been funded by HUD, which has a lot of restrictions to it. This particular would be an open fund that would be leveraged with bank funds. Those bank funds, which would be coming from various community investment partners that I'll have Mike talk a little bit about. But the primary purpose is to kind of answer the reason why is such a loan fund needed. And maybe I can start out with a story. I haven't always been an economic development person. I used to own my own business, a company called Single Edge. And for those of you that might be BYU sports fans, you would have noticed that Single Edge used to be a major sponsor for BYU sports. What used to be BYU powered by Single Edge. That was our little company. And part of that company started out with what we thought was a really magnificent idea. And that magnificent idea turned out to be a very large capital sucker that needed tons and tons of money to run over a period of time due to our own success. And that's part of what we want to talk about is, as in small business development, there is an issue that happens which is called the capital desert. And that capital desert is that point between startup and the point to which a company actually can become bank funded. And so you may want to know where that particular point is. Well, it depends. It's at the intersection of where you have significant cash flow and a balance sheet that you can guarantee your loan with. That doesn't really describe many startup companies. And so what's happened is that typically what happens in various populations is it's almost impossible for them to be entrepreneurial. So about 5 years ago, we in Ogden tied up with what was called the CDFIs, Community Development Finance Institutions, around the United States, of which there are many. Right now, there are about 1,200 community development finance institutions across the United States. To give you an idea, since the 90s, that's grown nearly 1,000% of the numbers of communities that are participating in community finance institutions. So their goal is basically to fund a population that is a little bit difficult, and it's typically those that are in the population that don't have wealth. They start out, and it can be a lot of different people that just don't have it. I was one of those. I didn't have a lot of asset background to go to a bank and borrow money, or an idea that everybody hears about, that you go to a venture capital and get tons of venture capital. Not that I didn't try, because I took my idea be too many venture capital companies, and they all looked at me like, come back a little while later. So CDFIs target underserved populations. About 48% of the people are color or different ethnicities. 73% are low income, 27% are rural, and 48% are women. And so those are the typical populations that have a hard time attracting capital, and that's where our target is. So the capital, the assets that are now under management by the CDFIs are about 3.8 billion nationwide, and targeted at these types of loans. And if you were to imagine that, you probably imagine that loan losses would be rather significant. They're less than 1% nationwide in those types of loan pools. So what I've asked Mike to do is, we're here just to introduce you to the idea, and I will have to send you back my PowerPoint, but in essence, that's kind of the summation, is that what we're trying to do is to create enough capacity statewide that we can attract enough money to basically do the job at each community level. So in essence, every community would govern their own loan portfolio. It would roll up then to Mike, who would basically provide all of the loan servicing and documentation that's needed under the CDFI. The CDFI's purpose right now, and why we ask the communities to participate, is because we have to develop capacity to demonstrate over time that we can apply directly to the Department of Treasury for direct bonding from that entity, which would allow us to borrow long-term monies at about 2%, but you have to demonstrate capacity. So with the leverages that Mike will show you and talk to you about, we can leverage the community inputs and then leverage our community investment partners' money in order to start the statewide loan pool. And I can kind of leave Mike to give you the details as we head out, and then we can answer questions.
I'm Mike Lazier. I'm the Executive Director of UCNS, and I'm giving you a packet to each of you. We're a nonprofit that started in 2008. We've got several organizations. We actually have 4 nonprofits, and one of them is the Utah CDFI. As Tom, he's talked a lot about what we're going to do at the CDFI. Maybe I'll just give you just a 2-minute background on us. We started in 2008. We were awarded through a process from the state $19 million to help. We got money from HUD. It was HUD money that went to the state of Utah. We used that to help nonprofits buy foreclosed homes. Some of you may be aware of the Huntington apartment, which is over on 200 South and First West. That's one that we bought out of foreclosure. And that one, although it was brand new, almost 12 months old at the time, since we bought it, we put over $1.2 million in it to keep it, to fix the construction errors on it. So it was a project that was destined for disaster because of the construction defects, and no one wanted it. We took that over, and as many of the renters around here will tell you, that's one of the nicer low-income projects in your city here, and has been full since we've owned it. We've also helped a local nonprofit, NeighborWorks Provo. We've helped them buy foreclosed homes. What we do is we have access to, through a contract we have, to about 85% of the foreclosures that come down. We give them access to that. We get a better discount through that contract, and then we'll finance for NeighborWorks Provo. We finance their purchase. We'll do 100% of the purchase price, 100% of their rehab cost, and we do it for a whopping 0% interest. And then at the end, when they when they fix it up and put a family in it, we'll give them $1,000 for the benefit of that family. Along with that organization, back to the umbrella here, we started Utah Small Business Growth Initiative. Through that organization, we have a program similar to the CDFI, and it's kind of where we got the idea through working with Tom to take over the CDFI and use it for small business. With that small business organization, we've looked at over $207 million worth of loans. We've financed about 66 million of those. Probably half or 60% of those 207 withdrew their applications. Either we worked with banks to guarantee ones that banks wouldn't do by themselves. We also have an organization that develops real estate, Housing Plus, and that's the one that owns the Huntington Apartments. This loan fund, the purpose of the loan fund is to, as Tom said, is to find companies that aren't quite bankable. And we're not looking on, as far as loan size, we're not looking at the micro enterprise loan fund, the people that need 10 or 15,000. Our sweet spot that we've done with the small business lending we've done so far is to find companies outside of that micro enterprise loan. There's somewhere between that 50,000 and 500,000. There's a real desert out there where they need money, they have a product they're selling, but they're just not bankable. And the goal is to work with them for 3 to 5 years and to turn them into a bankable business. So our success is when they pay us off. We've done, through that organization, we've done several semi-startup organizations or startup. One they had a great loan from a bank because it was on equipment and had a guarantee. They got a loan from Salt Lake County for the working capital. And after they closed all that, they realized they had no money to go out and buy inventory. So they approached us and we financed the inventory on them. That company, over a couple of years, grew from, when we financed them, they had about $50,000 in sales, to now they're approaching 10 million in sales a year and employ a lot of people. The fund, it's used to, the reason this works is we attract a lot of banks. Interesting fact about Utah, demographically, we're number 36 in the country, so we're a fairly small state as far as population. But as far as bank deposits, we're number 8 in the country. And many of you are aware of the CRA, or Community Reinvestment Act, where these banks have to reinvest funds and resources into the community. Being that it's based on deposits, there's a lot of industrial loan banks. Ally Bank is probably the largest that we have in Utah. They're over $100 billion. And every 3 years, they have to reinvest about $1.4 billion back into the community. So over 400,000 a year has to come back as far as loans or investments or resources in the community. So we use that it follows CRA guidelines, which are in line with the CDFI guidelines. It revitalizes or stabilizes low-income areas. It promotes economic development by financing small businesses that couldn't get it, and it does permanent job creation. The fund will be managed by the Utah CDFI, and there's 2 processes. We're in the first process right now, which is to set up the loan structure. We've talked to lenders, and they're very interested in coming into the loan fund. And now we've been out talking to cities and getting their input on what the loan fund wants to look like. The lenders are saying, yeah, tell us what you want. And we're going out now to the city saying, tell us what products you need and what structure you need, and then let's put it all together and find a way that works. We think there'll be initially 2 to 4 lenders that will come in it. And also the Utah CDFI, it's anticipated that they'll put in $400,000 in a general loan loss that will come in as subordinate to the lenders on that. We anticipate that it'll be a 7-year term initially. We just closed on another fund with lenders. We have a $35 million transportation-oriented development fund that we have 6 lenders in right now that we finance multifamily around transportation. In fact, NeighborWorks did a project. They got the land from the RDA down by the track station just down here, and we helped finance the purchase and some of their pre-development cost on that one. The fund size is anticipated it will be $7 million overall statewide. We'll have 20% of that in loan loss reserve, and that each government entity, cities or counties, can decide how much they want in there. We've got a chart here on the capital stack. This one shows the $7 million, saying we're gonna, and there's, again, we're preliminary, this is draft. There's a couple ways to do this, to do it $7 million loan fund with $1.4 million on top of it, or $1.4 million on top of the 5.6. This one shows it as a more conservative $1.4 million on top of the 5.6, which shows we have $5.6 million from lenders, $400,000 from Utah CDFI, and then $1 million from cities and counties. So the money that comes from a city, that's dedicated as a loan loss reserve just for the loans originated by that city. So if Provo City came into the fund, they would not pay losses for other cities. It would be specific to loans originated in that city. And the $400,000 would be a global one that would support losses all over. It shows some examples on a $1.4 million. The city would come up with $200,000. We'd put in $80,000, and the lenders would put in $1.120 million on that.
$1.4 million would be the amount we would have the loan.
Excuse me?
The $1.4 million would be the amount that Provo would have the loan out.
That would be money available then to them that they could loan out. Yeah. And it could go down for smaller cities. You know, they can put in as little as $50,000. We don't want to take it too much smaller, just because having the number of lenders you have in there are going to make it. You don't want to make it too complicated to manage everybody that's in there. As far as loan products, we're really looking for recommendations from the cities on what kind of products they want to put in there. Then we'll have those. We're taking surveys, and we're going to make those match up, and then we'll recommend those to a credit committee. All of the lenders will have a seat on the credit committee to approve them, and then we'll set up product types and minimums and maximums and terms. We anticipate that we'll do equipment loans, working capital, accounts receivable, unsecured loans, and real estate loans. It's almost anything that's owner occupied. It won't do passive real estate. If somebody wants to buy something to rent out, we're not going to finance that, but owner occupied businesses. The last chart just shows how, kind of looking at the interest rate that would be. There's 2 different ways the money is split up. If the loan loss reserve is fully funded and hasn't been drawn on, then more money goes back to the people that put money into it. We look at rates, we're thinking there should be somewhere between just below 7% to up to 18% based on the risk. Salt Lake County has a similar loan fund. They use their CDBG funds for it. And those funds are so restrictive, it's really restricted what they can do with those funds. So we're trying to set up something similar to what they're doing, but make it so it's more global and can be used for more businesses. But really the idea is to find these businesses that just need a leg up that can't get it.
Salt Lake County's fund restricted because it's CDBG funds?
Because of the CDBG funds, they have requirements. CDBG were never really intended for economic development. It's not a great mix when you use that for economic development. So because of their restrictions, their loan fund is actually, they'll do up to $400,000. It's only manufacturing and high-tech companies, has to be in unincorporated Salt Lake County, and has to be they have to show that 50% of the jobs go to low and moderate income people, which we ask them, how do you prove that? Because I don't think anybody in the room's gone in for a job interview and they said, show me your financial statements and show me how much you made before you came for this job. So how do you prove that they were lower moderate income people when they, so it's a difficult program for the county to manage. But with that, I'd turn it over for any questions.
Then we would submit these loans to your group and you would fund them if they're approved. So we don't have any of the legwork to do on the approving funds like we did before.
Well, we could help structure. We look at the cities, and some cities, each city's or county is a little bit different. Some have some very experienced business lenders type people in them, and we'll help them structure the deal. Or if they have people that can put the deal together, they can structure it. We'll give them advice on how to structure it. We'll help them structure it, a deal that we feel is safe and sound.
Jason, how different is this than what we did before then?
Well, so it'd be a lot different in that if we wouldn't have the HUD restrictions.
That's the big
That's the main difference. The other difference is right now there is really no one on staff that's been doing this. When Roger Andrus left, that set of skills went with it. And so,
goes to them.
so we would more than likely be out selling this, looking for those business that were having a difficult time getting traditional financing. We would then vet them based on criteria given to us, and then when we bring it to this group. Yes. So the city is looking and not asking for any decisions today, but what we are looking for at some point is if we have a majority of the council members that feel like we're going in the right direction, that we would continue to pursue this with both the council and the administration. But initially, we would be looking at an encumbrance of about $200,000, which would make available $1.4 million.
Are you looking for this group today to give you that direction?
No.
How come?
Because this is just information we wanted to give you now. If you just wanted to say, hey, Dixon, you're going in the right direction, that's great, that would be helpful. But if you need more information or if you want to think about it more, we would certainly welcome that. Today was just kind of informational for you.
I make a motion that we move in the right direction.
So 200,000 per year?
No, just 200,
Initially.
just an initial loan pool, and then depending on how it grows and how the businesses. Part of the challenge we have is I can't sit here and tell you I have 10 businesses waiting for this. There probably are 10 businesses. We just haven't had anything to go out and tell them as we meet with them. And so it's a little bit of finding a solution for this challenge that we have. But I think with a little bit of effort, we could find those businesses that have that funding gap and then get them to the next level.
We had no problem finding those businesses before.
When you have someone dedicated to doing it, and that's kind of been the challenge. We haven't had anything to go out and however you want to direct.
I'd like to second Mr. Stewart's motion to tell them that we're going in the right direction and also make a comment that for about 2 years, I would have been a potential customer of something like this. I can still remember when I started my business to try to get a bank loan. And I was self-employed essentially, and this will come back in 2 years.
So the benefit from this program, what it really does is prepare our businesses that are a bit smaller to actually go then to our local commercial banks once they get some traction and they get that track record. It really helps. So we don't believe that we're taking business from our existing banks. It actually is preparing those businesses for the dollars from a Wells Fargo or for a Zions or Central or some of the others.
In fact, we oftentimes rely on our banks to give us referrals. They look at it and go, we can't quite put it into our system. It's going to need a couple of years. They like the character of the borrower, and then they kind of go through the other 4 C's and go, hey, can't quite get there yet. And so that's where we come in. We basically can incubate that loan, get it up and operating, and we have more flexible ability to look at various types of loans in order to support that business.
Records of losses. I mean, this is for, this $200,000 is for, it looks like it's, if they pay on the loan. And so what kind of history have you had on those?
Nationally, it's 1%. It's less than 1%. Through all of those, the 1,000 or plus CDFIs that are out there, it's less than 1%. And these aren't considered low-risk loans. The issue that happens is because they're made at a community level, and we work with them at a community level, we work through the difficult spots. So Salt Lake County, in my example at Single Edge, Salt Lake County lent me $400,000. They had to work through our initial startup phases. We couldn't, in essence, fully support and pay off a fully amortized loan. So we had, in essence, time where we could do interest only, and then once we were up and operating, paid off the loan and could move forward. So there are flexibilities that we have, based on risk and timing and everything else that helps us get a loan across. And so our underwriting criteria are similar to a bank's, but we look at other issues that come up. And so.
What do you usually use for collateral?
It's basically asset driven, but quite honestly, oftentimes the assets that we have, and this is why banks don't do them, is if you buy inventory, that inventory is only good as the receipts that you get back. Or if you're basically funding something else along those lines, if you're buying equipment has a heavy depreciation right off the top, so you have some exposure. Banks don't like to do those without a heavy balance sheet, and you don't normally see both things happen at the same time. But they do over time. What we find with businesses, and between Mike and I, we've done, like I say, we've done $3 million worth. Our loan loss is a little higher because we do some for targeted infill projects in the city. But typically what we're looking at is our businesses, a lot of them that came through the recession ended up on the ropes, and Mike's been able to work with them and they brought them back around again, and they've been able to fully perform and go forward. So typically they're good ideas, or they're small businesses that will move forward. We have one that we always kind of use as our poster child. Is we have a surfboard company in Ogden, of all places, that really doesn't sell a lot of surfboards considering what they are, but they do about $1.5 million worth of business. And we were able to get them up and operating, and they finally found a product outside of surfing that was similar to surfing, and they then were able to develop and move their sales forward.
So I think this is something that's needed in Provo as we try to encourage startup companies and work with our university and entrepreneurs. So I'm glad to see you coming back, and I would vote for that one in the right direction.
Okay. What's next steps?
So the next steps would be probably have them meet with our legal team. Again, have them comfortable and familiar with all of our documentation. Again, review with the administration, identify a funding source, because then we don't have to transfer money, but we do have to encumber it, and then bring something back to the council if we're moving in the right direction. That's.
And then we have to do our work with the other communities. Ogden will participate to a like level, and then we're working with Davis County and some of the other ones. So we'll try to get those all tied up from their city councils, and then there'll be a checkered flag, and we'll be off to the races. And get the lenders all come on.
So there's a motion by Mr. Stewart to send the message that we're headed in the right direction. And there's a second by Mr. Sewell. Any discussion on the motion? Those in favor? Those opposed? So it's unanimously approved.
Great, we appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you, Mr. Christopoulos. Mr. Clayton. Appreciate you being here. The next item is the discussion on potential sales tax increment for retail shopping center on University Parkway. Holmes will be introducing this item as well.
We can just go to our aerial image of the parkway. So really quick, I asked for Google Earth, Mayor, but this is what they brought up. Either way is fine. So what we're here to talk about today is this is actually something that Provo City has not done a lot of, and this is what we're proposing is a sales tax increment agreement or deal with the existing property owners who are here. I'll let them describe them, introduce themselves in a second. But it's here at Parkway Village, which is right across the street from the former Plum Tree Plaza, which is also under construction, but we're here to talk about Parkway Village. If we could just zoom in there.
Oh, it's just.
But with the BRT, there's an opportunity to enhance the intersection for both sides of the parkway right here. And in doing that, so you zoom out just a little bit and in this way. Okay. No. Yeah, so bring the whole picture this way. There you go. Okay, excellent. Okay, right there. So right now, the center, if you can go ahead and close that, that'd be great. So right now, there's an intersection here. It's a right in, right out. And right here at Plumtree, there's a right in, right out, and a left in. This shopping center, though, doesn't have the ability to go left back up the parkway. And that's really important because having the ability is really important because we want to make it super easy for all those people in Orem who want to come down and shop here. But if they can't leave, they're just going to be frustrated and not do that. So the proposal is, and this is working with UDOT and UTA, is to have another intersection right here, another leg of the intersection. This would become a full four-way signalized intersection. So it'd have full movement, left in, left out, right in, right out. The challenge is there's an existing building right here with an existing business. So part of the challenge that the current owners of the facility have is to have the business relocate, they'll leave, and demolish the building. So they're not only losing the current revenue on the building, but they're losing the asset in the building. Now there is the possibility of relocating or building something here, but that's obviously very capital intensive. And so the partners have approached the city to ask us if we would be willing to consider establishing a baseline on the sales tax that we are currently receiving, and then giving them any of the increment that they are able to then have the center perform at a higher level, so the city would maintain the current sales tax revenue as we're receiving it now. And so for the next 10 years, they would have the ability to capture any of the increment of the sales tax to help reduce the cost of the loss of this building and for the loss of the revenue for the property or the business that's in there now. The recovery on the total loss is actually probably maybe a little more than a third of the recovery, so they're not earning back everything that they're taking the loss on. But it does give them an opportunity and an incentive to actually participate. There's no requirement for them to participate. The city has a vested interest. I don't know if you remember, but the Albertsons was here for a number of years. It was vacant for how many years? 3 years. The Walmart neighborhood has been a very nice addition to this. We believe by making this a full four-way functioning intersection, that the center does have some growth potential. And because of the cost and the expense of taking this out and the loss, that a tax increment deal for a limited 10 years above the increment or above the base would help the center to continue to function and be viable to make the entire area more attractive to the city.
Why is the increment for 10 years? Why wouldn't you say the increment until they recoup a third of their loss?
If the council wants to be that generous, that would be great.
Is that what they're asking?
So we'll let them make their presentation. But
we're willing to do 10 years. Sorry, I'm just.
No, absolutely. No. It's right. So
It sounds like you're.
It's an excellent question. And frankly, again, this is a policy decision. And referring back to Council Member Stewart, who will remember this, Provo City on record, and I've been here 22 years, has done one of these deals.
That was the mayor at the time.
And he was at the mayor at the time, and it was for the dealerships right here.
And I guess it could go the other way too. What I'm thinking is a maximum of 10 years, but what if they receive that increment in 3 years or?
Yes, and that, yes, absolutely.
Then there's a cap there, right?
Yes.
They need it out of it.
Yes.
And then,
this could be structured a number of ways, and I'll let Taylor go ahead and introduce his group and have that
I
conversation.
just ask you a question first.
Yes.
How did we, I can't remember how we structured Christensen.
So again, it was based on,
10 years?
no, that one was, it was up to a certain dollar amount, which was pre-programmed, plus there was an interest escalator in it, of which it was two curves chasing each other, which were never going to cross, And then I'll have to tell you at the end of the day, in all deference to everyone who was a part of that deal, we ended up clawing back some of the dollars because there were some parts of the agreement that with time, things changed, the dealerships went out, something came back in. And that's not saying anything bad about who was in it. It just never played out the way everyone thought it would. Where this type of a deal, the way we've at least initially approached it is, it's for a set amount of time. And again, if the council wanted to cap it at either a dollar amount or a time, it can be structured a lot of different ways. And this is really a policy decision because this is not a conversation that we have every single day with the council as far as doing a sales tax deal. But we felt that this was reasonable and fair in trying to at least help reduce some of the pain and what they're willing to do, which they could just sit back and say, nah, we'll just leave the intersection the way it is, which I think would actually hurt everyone. So anyway, I'll turn the time over to Taylor.
Good afternoon. My name is Taylor Jackson. I work, the company that owns this asset with whom I work is called Neuron Enterprises. And we've been investing in Utah for over 12 years now. We own 7 properties spanning from Clearfield through Salt Lake, Pleasant Grove, and Provo. This particular asset, which we call Parkway Village Shopping Center, we've owned for over 10 years and have invested more than $2 million during that time period in both improvements to make the center look and feel nice, but also to attract tenants such as Walmart's Neighborhood Market to the area. We would like to continue to own the property long term. We believe in this market. We believe that the development going on with the high-speed bus routes and the development across the street will continue to help this area thrive. In speaking to our tenants over the last 10 years, the #1 concern that they have is access, actually getting out of the sites. Getting into the site is relatively easy. There's a couple ride-ins coming down University Parkway, and the left turn coming off of the northbound direction is also pretty easy. To go back to north, it's pretty difficult. You have to make a left turn here into a busy 2-way street and then queue up in a pretty short queue to make a left turn to go north. And it's actually caused several of our tenants, both prospective tenants and existing tenants, to not be able to sustain their business in this location. We understand this is a unique opportunity, and therefore we're supportive of this plan. We expect that the cost of both losing the value to the building and the upfront costs, which we would put in out of our pockets, will be, depending on the final engineering, somewhere between 1.25 and another $1.5 million. So we would make that investment up front and then look over a period of time to recoup a portion of it. We're willing to take a portion of it because we think that it is the right thing to do for the center long term, the right thing to do for the city long term as well. As far as the structure, my partner and I are open to ideas and suggestions. This could be structured in a myriad of different ways. We think there's a lot of ways to do it in such a way that allows us to move forward with the development and also help the city continue to generate strong cash flows to this part of town. One other thing I would like to note is, since we have been discussing the idea of this 4-way intersection, we've actually seen an increase in interest from national retailers that would be interested in coming to this location, whereas before they were not, because of the difficulty of the access. So even though we haven't started construction or our portion of construction, we believe pretty firmly that this intersection will help generate vitality at the center and long-term ability for both Walmart and the smaller tenants to do business in Provo. Tony, anything you want to add? Questions?
If you add that intersection, I forget, what's the plan for the one that you have in the middle right now?
Great. So this was actually, we had the ability to opt in or to not opt in. The intersections that would change were dictated by UDOT, who's governing the high-speed bus route in front. So I'll tell you what the plan was that we could either accept or not accept. Right now, there are 4 intersections. There's a right-in, right-out here. Oh, beautiful. A right-in, right-out off University, so you can come in here and exit to the right. There's a right-in, right-out here in front of the Walmart store. And then there is this access point here where you can take a left. This is 550 West. I don't know if anyone's been here before, but it's a pretty tough left to make out of there. And there's one that's kind of buried back in here. This is the old 24-hour fitness building. You can also make a left onto this road. What was proposed by UDOT is a new full intersection here, which would extend across into the new development and come down through here. This building would be the one that's demolished. And in exchange for this being a new full intersection with a light and a dedicated turn lane coming in, UDOT would require us to remove this intersection to create the turning lane to get in. They would also look to eliminate this intersection, and they would keep this intersection as is. We would basically create a ramp down, and the UDOT's responsibility extends just along the parkway here. It would be the landlord's responsibility to pay for both the demo of the building, building a ramp to connect to the new lanes that are introduced by UDOT, and move any utilities that are here. This would become essentially a 2-pronged entry. You could come in and go directly behind here, which is the access point for the Walmart trucks, or you could come in and make a left and come through here. This would then be the main artery serving the retail buildings within the Parkway Village Shopping Center. Did I answer your question? Yes. Sorry.
Dixon, can I ask you a question? Does it help Plumtree also, right?
This, yes, because what it does is allows traffic to go back and forth without having to go through this, yes.
Any other questions?
I'm curious, you referred to the, what we call bus rapid transit a couple of times. How do you see the impact of that on your center?
Well, I'd like to say, and I hope this is true, that if we can make it easier for the students to move back and forth between UVU and BYU, and there is a designated bus stop that is, I believe, right here in the last version I saw, that we will have the opportunity to have hopefully reduction in cars, increase in shoppers that will come to the Walmart and the shopping center to do their shopping and make it back on bus. That's to be determined, but that would be one of our hopes. Yes.
Did your properties include the old 24-hour?
Yes.
And that shopping center, the stuff of them?
Great question. So yes, it does include these 3 buildings back here, which used to serve a retail purpose. We have subsequently sold one of the 3. This was a prior Blockbuster pad, and that has been sold and is currently being marketed for lease right now. Ameritech College is still in this building here. And then the 24-hour fitness building is under contract to be sold as well. The person buying that group is interested in renovating it into an office use and doing creative office space inside that building. Our focus going forward is to really make the retail portion of this property function extremely well and efficiently, and that's where we've chosen to dedicate our efforts going forward.
Do you think you have room for another pad there?
Yes, we do, absolutely. In fact, when we were preparing to sell those 3 buildings to the south, we put together a parcel plan and did a parking survey, and the parking survey indicated there was sufficient parking that would allow us to build about a 5,000 to 5,800 square foot pad in this location right here. And some of the national retailers that we're speaking with are interested in that particular spot. Yes.
Go ahead. I'm just saying that's accommodated a little bit because you lose that one in and out. I guess you'll gain some
Yeah.
Space there, and I don't know, on the other end, will you gain any?
Up here, potentially as we close out this area, there would be potential to add a pad there. For most uses, it would not be a use that would be conducive to traditional retail, but there are some alternative uses there that could be a great fit. So we'd like to look at, it's a great question, both this as a future development opportunity and this area as a future development opportunity.
Most of the tax increment credits and proposals that we see are based on property taxes. Why is that not a good fit? I don't know if this is for.
So across the street, they are almost doing a complete, just scrape the whole thing and start over. Where they have existing assets here that are still in good shape. Even with the demolition of this one and potential reconstruction of this one, it's just not gonna generate anywhere near. The other thing that as we have looked at doing this is, again, we're protecting the base that we have now, so the sales tax that we're receiving right now, and it really shifts the burden to the owners, the upside to perform, and they're gonna have as much interest as they can muster to get the best users in here to generate that revenue, and whether it's to a dollar amount or to a time frame or some combination, as was mentioned, it's going to be up to them to perform, and if they don't perform, they receive very little, and if they perform well, then they can recoup up to a predetermined either time or amount, and it's really shifts the burden to them, and it protects what we have. It strengthens the center, and so that's why the property tax. The other reason is the sales tax is what we control. We don't have to go to the school district. We don't have to go to the other taxing entities. Provo controlled its own destiny with this one.
Hi, I'm with Taylor and Tony Carino. If there were more questions on the sales tax versus property tax, I could have added to what Dixon was saying, but it sounds like he more or less answered your question.
Yep. So it's probably just an obvious question, but so if that building doesn't move, then there's no intersection that's going to go in there. Is that?
And right now, the city's not in a position to force it to happen.
Right.
We'd like to see it happen, and there's no doubt the center will benefit from it. But this is, and again, our opinion, a way to help incentivize it and to reduce some of the sting in doing it. And again, the way the deal would be structured, it does shift the performance to them. And again, as Councilmember Stewart remember in the current administration, this just isn't something that the city does very often, and it's kind of but for is the provision that we use, which is very similar to the property tax increment deals. But for our participation, there's a good chance that this would just kind of stay the way that it is.
I think the ancillary benefit to Plum Tree is big also for the city. I mean, it's huge for them.
Would they not put in a signalized intersection if it's just three lanes?
But it won't come across.
There'd be, my understanding is that it'd be a three-legged intersection with a light, but again, it wouldn't be fully functioning.
Do we need a motion? What do you need?
So again, we need to know that a majority of you feel like we're going in the right direction. They have given us a document to review. We're in the process of reviewing that. Once the administration and the legal department feel comfortable with it, we would bring that to the council for your review. And if it was met your satisfaction and with legal counsel for the council, then we'd ask you to authorize the administration to execute the agreement between Neuron and Provo City.
I'm going to take a chance and everyone laugh at me again, but the idea that, I mean, when this road is completed and everything's going in across the street and the things that are happening on this side of the street too, I see this kind of taking off. And so that's why I say,
Totally valid. It is really depending on how we want it. It can be structured in many ways.
I like the idea that, you're motivated, right? You're motivated to make it take off, to make this happen if you're getting the tax increment. But is there a chance that tax increment ends up being a lot more than what, their losses for the building. I don't know.
Well, okay, so again,
But I don't know.
the council could do a number of, or they could, in their policy decision on this, there's a number of ways that could be done. It could be capped at 10 years, and whatever you can get in 10 years is all yours. Whether it exceeds the amount or comes under, you could cap it at 100%. You could say just whatever you get in 10 years is all yours. And if they exceed whatever the 1.2 or 1.5, then, bonus for them because they performed. And again, it really is up to them. We're not necessarily trying to cap it. We're just saying it for 10 years. Based on, I think, realistic projections, they, if they're successful, that they'll be able to recoup a certain amount. If they're wildly successful, then, and frankly, I'm okay with giving them the opportunity and the benefit of getting at least everything that they can in the 10 years. And if they can get more than that sooner, then, bully for them, and why would we not want to help them get there? But again, this is a policy decision that we.
Can I interject too? So this is why I don't take my wife car shopping. Is in a way you're asked to give away your hand here, and then we have to go negotiate with them. So if you all want to pretend to be really grumpy and not interested, I'm okay with that.
We'll talk to the finance
So
guy.
I think really what I would suggest is giving us the thumbs up that you're okay with the negotiation, and then maybe afterwards expressing to me the individual preferences for that negotiation, rather than having that negotiation out here in public. If that does it make sense?
That was my motion. If you move ahead and negotiate an agreement with this group, then bring it back to council for approval.
Second. Any discussion on the motion?
So I'll be voting for it, but I am interested in the terms.
Sure.
We have to approve the terms.
We're just
giving them
direction. They're giving them the direction to go ahead and negotiate, come back with something that we'll look at and decide whether or not to approve. Right.
If it helps, some council members are a little soft on TIF, so.
I would love to have you kind of approach me at some point and say, I'd like to see this in the agreement, and that'll help me.
Any more discussion? Those in favor? Those opposed? It's,
Thank you very much for your time.
unanimous in favor. Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestion.
Thank you for that, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
The next item is will be introduced by Brian Maxfield. And this is Kevin Fairbanks representing Pie House LLC, requests a zone change of 0.31 acres from residential conservation to general downtown. Property is located at approximately 245 north and 500 west.
Okay, we'll do this. Just real quick, you're probably familiar with this site on University or on 500 West. Did I do that? This map shows the general plan issue on this one where it's commercial through the site. The back end is residential. It's noted in the staff report, it says, these don't always have to match up exactly. In fact, they say you shouldn't necessarily split properties if you can help it. You do have commercial zoning on the corner, which is downtown commercial. And this one shows a zoning DT1. The request is they also include this as DT1, even though other commercials could be considered. The DT1 is felt to be most appropriate. Now with this site, there isn't a proposed development. It's really to take the existing properties that are here and improved and just to add a couple of units to those. One is to remove the commercial and put in a residential unit. So this goes back and there's a concrete pad back in here that you can see extends back into this area. That look is back through this site. And so it would be just really expanding possibly some units on site, about 3 units maybe. So there isn't a development plan with this project otherwise. Any questions?
So there is a development agreement that he would proffer, or?
No.
No.
So it's just the existing development that's on there now is. We don't.
So, yeah, nothing, structurally, nothing's changing, it's just changing hands business-wise, but it's because it's in a residential conservation.
It's in an RC zone,
Yeah,
so it's
it has to
residential
be
conservation. Right, because it wouldn't
Or
allow,
business to it.
right, it wouldn't allow the expansion of those couple of units into that.
It wouldn't allow expansion, so out the back, I'm sorry, so they are expanding out the back.
Well, they're putting a couple of units into the existing building and where the commercial is, out this front end, and then just changing some arrangements within the existing building to get a couple of units in. They'd have to meet code and have to meet the zoning requirements to do that. So it's not building really any new buildings for the site.
Just adding on.
Yeah.
So so no changes to the property.
So the property to the south is already in the DT1 zone?
Yes, it's already zoned, and that's that's the home that was on the left in that picture. So that was already in the TT1. It's just the one here on the right. So this is DT1, that's the border that you see, and then this is this other property. So if that makes sense, this is the existing, then this is the one that's on the right. It's 0.3 acres, so it's pretty relatively small.
It's your territory. You got another comment?
Yeah, it's my neighborhood, so I was attending my neighborhood meeting and saw the presentation. And it's been a little bit, so maybe I'm a little fuzzy on the details, but my understanding is they wanted to add 1 unit in each of the structures, one into the house and one into the commercial building, and move it from, remove the commercial aspect and put a unit in there. Are you saying that 2 units are going to go into?
It may be the 2, because they're different conversations. I think they looked at what the possibilities were with their parking, with the existing building, to see how many they could get in. So it could very well be just the 2.
Okay. And it's part of that conversation, I thought they made it really clear that they would proffer a development agreement stating that the exterior is not going to change. It's just adding 1 more unit per building, and development agreement, no change to the exterior, and we'd move forward with no change to the use. And so if that's changed, I mean, I'm sure they're free to withdraw that proffer or not go through with that, but my guess is a good portion of the neighborhood support was based on that. As we were talking about that promise that was given in a neighborhood meeting that seems to may not be followed through with. So I definitely want to hear from the neighborhood how they felt about it.
So I could verify that with the applicant.
Okay. Okay, because I personally, I actually didn't like the idea of the development agreement, because I personally think this corridor needs to redevelop in the coming decade or so. And so I thought it was a terrible idea to say that the exterior is not going to change and the use isn't going to change. I hope it changes over time. I don't know if now's the time to discuss this or in a later meeting, but I'm struggling to see the public benefit of making this change. It's one of my concerns, and then I have another concern about something else. But anyway, so that's news to me that they're not offering something.
That wasn't brought up at the planning commission. Well, of course, planning commission's not party to that anyway, so it would only be brought up to council. So you could certainly.
Yeah, it might be that they're just not doing that until they get in front of the council, since the council is the only body that has anything to do with approving it.
As we talk about process of improvement, I mean, if we're relying on the planning commission recommendations, and if both us and the planning commission is relying on neighborhood approval or neighborhood opinion, and neighborhood opinion is being influenced by these things, I think it's an oversight that wasn't brought up with the planning commission. Because again, I think just based on the comments that were given, I would say that one of the reasons why the neighborhood generally went along with it was because of the promises. Basically, I mean, look, we're going from residential conservation to DT1, a pretty intensive use, and they came and said, well, it's okay. Yes, it's a very intensive zone, but it's okay because we're going to have this development agreement. So I just, again, that might have influenced the planning commission's opinion.
Well, yeah, planning commission did mention it's in a transition area anyway, so it's not that you could have 6-story buildings go up necessarily, so that it is somewhat limited because of that transition in a sense.
And if I may, that's my second point on this is it is in a transition, and right now the property to the south, which is a commercial, I think it's a vacuum and sewing machine sales and repair shop. So right now that's in the transition zone, and if we move that to DT1, that new thing will be in the transition. And since the change that we made because of Juice and Java, all of it will be in the transition zone, but we seem to say that night that, hey, we want to take a second look at this. If we went back to more of the buffer zone, the 60 feet rather than the partial blocks, what that would be doing is moving the buffer off of the properties to the south potentially. And so there's just a lot of things, potentially unintended consequences. Because I don't know if we're completely settled. I didn't seem like we were completely settled on how we were going to do transitions with the DT1 up against residential.
Yeah, I know the exception was if the entire block was in a DT1 or commercial zone that way rather than a partial, but we did take off the frontages that are on a whole block. The frontage would still have to transition if it were, across the street from it.
I believe, if I remember correctly, we asked to revisit that. So I hope that's still in the works. We're going to revisit that. Anyway, so what we decide in the future may affect potential uses on the property, not necessarily that we're looking at, but the property adjacent to it. It may affect buffers.
So the RC doesn't really make sense here, right? And if this is the zone that makes sense, that's good. I'm surprised on one, maybe I'm not surprised, but the say that it can't change, the look of the building. That's something you normally hear with something on the historic register. And this is not. I mean, say that building, it's almost like saying we condemn the use to always be this little cottage-looking building because it can't change to anything else, it can't be torn down, it can't be redeveloped. And yet, in the 20, 30 years, you can probably see everything on that corridor redeveloped. So,
I should mention that, just for interest, this vacuum cleaner site has had 2 project plan approvals, so they've just not followed through with them. But it was for a new building that would basically extend along this area with parking on the west side. That was last approved probably 2 years ago, somewhere in there.
Would what was approved 2 years ago still be possible with our new buffer? Or
yes. Yeah, because it's low scale, 1 story, basically. It has a little extended floor than what you would have on a residence, but it's still, the height doesn't exceed the requirement.
I thought one story wasn't allowed. I guess
in the DT1.
Anyway.
I'll double check and see what it was. Sorry, it was my project. Oh, yeah.
Okay, we probably need to move on to the next item. We will be having this, things in our next, so the next, council meeting, correct?
We'll try and get more detail for you.
It's not.
No, this is both on the side to make this.
Yeah. So we can go quickly through this next item.
And I'm sure you can read this. You probably have in your packet. This is the ordinance amendment that changes the number of planning commissioners from 7 to 9. And then second of all, it kind of emphasizes that the chairman of the planning commission should participate and vote in the motions rather than sit back and wait. And that's basically what the changes are. The quorum consists of 4 members. That's a little bit different because it's not a majority of the overall quorum. It's just 4 members of the 9. Again, it's to help and aid in the sense that we've got a quorum and can go forward with meetings.
And you will never only have 7 at one time anyway. You will never have 9 participating.
Yes, this would increase it to 9 total members. There were 2 alternates before. There were 7 and 2 alternates.
So
Alternates been
if
off
you have
and on.
9 on the dais though, and only 4, what if 5 were against and 4, do you know what I'm saying?
Four isn't a majority, 4 is simply a quorum. So what he's saying is, if you only have 4, you can have
You
the
can
meeting.
still have the meeting, okay.
Yeah.
But anybody above that still gets to vote.
Okay, okay.
And it's still by a majority vote.
Right.
And there was confusion of whether the chairman voted or how they participated. So this clarifies that yes, they should be active in participation.
It's always been awkward to have the alternatives show up, and then there's 7 people when they're not needed.
So, I think we had a discussion in the committee the other day. You looking that up?
Yes, first of all, I want to mention, this actually came from the Rules Committee first. We had a unanimous recommendation for this, and I don't know how much background you want to go in, but I mean, he's covered the basics. They're with the alternates, as the mayor said, the attendance has been low. It was actually Gary McGinn that came up with this idea of the 9. We originally were looking at maybe rotating the alternate responsibility randomly so that everybody would feel like they want to show up, but then he came up with a simpler idea. We'll just have 9 members and keep the quorum at 4, and then anybody that comes can vote. So they're all equal. But one thing did come up. There's one aspect of this that was sort of unintentional. The part about the members may be removed by the mayor, that wasn't something that we had focused on at all, and we were just noticing that on other boards it's that way, and so we just threw it in really without much discussion at all. So there's just that little clause right there. Members may be removed with or without cause by the mayor or by a majority vote. So that was a new clause. And in talking about it with Brian, the mayor actually does already have the ability to remove members for certain causes that are listed in the bylaws. But it currently doesn't say anything about being able to remove without cause. And at our policy lunch the other day, it was mentioned that some other city, a number of other cities don't actually have that ability for the mayor to remove a planning commission member without cause. And so really we didn't even intend to get into this, so we're now recommending that we just leave that sentence the way it was. And
So not including this part?
yeah, not including that. And if any council members or if the mayor or the administration would like us to explore this, we would recommend that we bring that back when we've had a chance to actually research it, because we haven't.
We're not lobbying yet.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Nobody asked for this. It just popped out in this discussion, so.
My recollection is the way it popped into the discussion is we were comparing the planning commission to all of the other boards and commissions, and the mayor has that power with other boards and commissions, and I think we just kind of threw it in there to make it match without actually even, as Mr. Sewell said, even having a discussion about whether it was a good idea or not.
Any concern about?
So do we want to vote on that motion?
So essentially, I mean, I guess I'll make the motion. We sort of have a motion that's been seconded by two members here because the three of us are recommending that we amend by taking that out.
Let's do it officially.
Do it
You wanna make
officially.
that
I'll make that a
motion? Is there a
motion.
second? Thank you, Mr. Stewart, with the second. And those in favor? The voting is unanimous. Thank you. The other part of that is, members may be removed with or without cause. Why would you remove a member without cause, I guess is what I'm wondering.
Well, that's the way it currently has been for years, and the state actually requires that there's a mechanism for removal, and we didn't get into that at all as far as.
Would there always be a cause, though, I guess that's what.
Well, you might have someone who's been there for 12 years and maybe the mayor wants to change.
There's
Or maybe
probably
doesn't want to
always a
change.
cause, but using the phrase without cause means you don't have to fight about whether the cause is legitimate or not, right? So, so if it says that and the council decides to remove somebody, the person can't then go file a suit in district court and say the reason wasn't good enough
Okay.
because it doesn't matter whether there was a reason or not.
So, for clarification, I'm assuming, I think, that when the term expires, it expires. And so that has nothing to do with.
Right, this is during the
reinstating
term.
them.
Actually, yeah, I believe that was emphasized again, that the term doesn't keep going until a reappointment, that it ends at the end of the
Yeah, that's
3
what the
years.
strikeout language does
Right.
in paragraph 2.
Yeah, that was actually an intentional change. We noticed that, unlike, I think, almost all the other boards, the way it used to read, planning commission members could keep serving past the time of their expiration date until they were expired. And we had one case with that, one for 2 years. And we just thought, does that really need to be there? Because with the way it was before, there's not really an incentive to be timely about appointments. So that's why we recommended removing it. And then with the adding the 2 additional members, going to 9, and then there's a clause in here about spacing out 3 each year, so that kind of protects from a situation where you end up.
I think the other understanding, if I may, was that you could still serve consecutive terms. It's just that it's a new appointment, a new term, so you would have to come before the council again to be reappointed for that next term.
Thank you, Mr. Maxfield. Appreciate help on that. And thank you to our team for your work on this. This is not on, well,
Because it came out of the planning commission, it should have already.
automatically on November 1st.
Yeah,
If it's not, we'll put it on November 1st.
I already
Yes. All right, so any administrative updates?
Just a couple of quick ones. I'm going to pass that around while that's going around. Chief McGill is going to have a swearing-in ceremony Monday at 4 o'clock. It was personally very important to him that each of you felt invited. He wanted me to reach out to you and invite all of you. That's 4 o'clock in the council chambers. Yes. I will tell you that you get a pretty strong read in the first few days of somebody, how they're going to do, and every indicator is very, very positive. Chief McGill, really great feedback. I'm very pleased with the way he's jumped in just the first few days that he's been here. Second, we did a Provo Pulse a couple days ago. It's not fully digested yet, and usually it requires Corey to prompt them to reply, and we've only had time to get 1 round of replies, and we think we'll get about 100,000.
We've got about 1,500.
So this represents about 1,500. And so we asked some sort of questions, and I wanted to get this to you before tonight's discussion, just in case it was of interest to you. We'll get you the report after we close it out, and we have probably closer to about 2,000 residents input on it. And likewise, if you have questions going forward, we always welcome the questions the council would like us to ask in that Provo Pulse as well. There were some questions that aren't here that we need to get the data to share with you. We asked a fireworks question, and I think you'll find that very interesting. We asked a daily savings question, and likewise, I think you'll find both the answers to those very interesting and perhaps surprising.
So I don't see a price tag with the subsidy.
Yeah, this is not intended to be an in-depth analysis. It's just attempted to give you an initial read.
I believe in world peace.
I think I could do a survey that get the opposite result.
Well, please do.
Well, I don't have the means. You do.
Well, we just invited you to use our means, so if you want to come up with questions, we're happy to ask them.
You can certainly look at the data, but I think it's to your detriment that you ignore it, quite frankly, so.
Are there any other topics? Okay, thank you. I think there is, do we have a closed
Yes, we
meeting?
do.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, there has been one item that's been asked by the administration to be discussed in closed meeting. It does have to do with one of the approved categories for closed meetings, strategy sessions relating to real property. And so it'd be appropriate for a motion at this time to close the meeting.
Is there a motion on this one?
So
Thank you, Mr. Van Buren. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Those in favor? Voting is unanimous and affirmative. Thank you. We'll get the other one.
If your food is in, just go ahead and serve yourself.
Thank you, sir.
Kelsey?
Grid goes down, they're done. Yeah.
Do you want me to pass it?